Good evening, everyone. This is our regular business meeting of the Columbus Board of Education. Today is May 17th. Will you please call the roll?
President Adair,
Present.
Ms. Beckerly,
Present.
Mr. Brown,
Here.
Mr. Cole,
I'm here.
Dr. Pierce,
Present.
Vice President Reyes,
She was there. Now I don't
she
see
was
her.
there.
Maybe she's going to come in the door.
All right, well, she'll be absent for now, but we'll watch to see when she joins virtually since she's permitted to do that. And Ms. Vera,
Here.
you have a quorum, Madam President?
Thank you so much. Will you stand and join me in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag.
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Board members, you have your agenda in front of you. We do not have any public comment on agenda items. We have a report tonight from our superintendent as well as our internal auditor. No report expected from our treasurer. We have a lot of items on board matters this evening. Then we have our consent agenda. We have a few speakers on our non-agenda items, and no executive session, and then adjournment. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any additions, changes? Hearing no objections, it is approved. Okay, so we're going to jump right into our superintendent's report. Madam Superintendent.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Tonight, I would like to call Ms. Tania Hale to present an executive report on our Ohio Young Scholars Program. Thank you. She would give us a report on this program, and then afterwards, if there are any questions, we will answer any questions. So really excited to have you here with us tonight.
Well, good evening to President Adair, Vice President Reyes in her absence, members of the board, and to Superintendent Dr. Dixon. I bring you greetings on behalf of Dr. James L. Moore III, Vice Provost for the Office of Diversity and Inclusion and Chief Diversity Officer at The Ohio State University. Also, Dr. Shayla Thomas, Executive Director for the Young Scholars Program. My name is Trina Phillips, and I am honored to have served as the former program coordinator for Columbus and the current collegiate program manager. I am joined today by my colleague, Ms. Armeda Henderson, who is the assistant director of the Young Scholars Program, to present the graduating class of 2022. This year, we celebrate 80 Young Scholars students across the state of Ohio who will graduate from high school and prepare for their transition to higher education in the fall. Thank you, each and every one of you, for your continuous support and partnership of YSP and for allowing us to publicly congratulate those students with you on this evening. There are 24 Young Scholar participants who will graduate from Columbus City Schools. 18 of those Young Scholars will attend The Ohio State University in the fall of 2022, and one will defer their admittance to begin their career in the armed forces. This year, Ohio State awarded more than $5.2 million in scholarship monies to the Young Scholars over the next 4 years. Columbus City Young Scholars will be awarded just over $1,143,000 for 4 years. Yes. The average amount of our Young Scholars Scholarship is $16,250, and it meets 100% of the students' demonstrated financial need. And without further ado, I will call the names. Several of them are not present, but I still would like to call their names. They will be receiving a certificate as well as a lapel pin from the program. Tasneem Al-Hashimi, Anil Chattery, Dejan Cox. Ali Diallo. Kelly Gardner. Zakia Hart. Carly McGee. Luis Morales. Sierra Navarez. Samuel Olami. Desriana Peaks. And the remainder of these students are not present, but Elizabeth Porter-Latin, Camille Stamps, Von Stevenson, and Felicia Wam. This is our young scholars admitted to The Ohio State University for fall 2022. Thank you all so much for your time this evening.
Congratulations.
Thank you, and
Congratulations.
congratulations.
All right.
Wow, this is so exciting. We wish all of you well. We know you're going to do an outstanding job representing Columbus and your schools, and congratulations. We know that it took hard work, and you stayed focused. Even during this pandemic, you stayed focused and continued to work. So thank you again for all of your hard work. We're so proud of you. Thank you. And that just concludes my executive report at this time, and we will do the other piece to our monitor.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members? All right, congratulations, students. We are so proud of you. Can't wait to see you at graduation, where we get to see you with, do they get stoles? Yes, we get to see your stoles on your cap and gown. The Scholar Honor Cords. We will be looking out for you when we hand you your diploma. So congratulations. All right, we're going to go over to our auditor. Hello, Auditor Smith.
Good afternoon, Board President Adair and Vice President Reyes. I just saw her picture up there, members of the board. I wanted to go over the results at a very high level of our financial audit. So if we can go to slide 3. Great, I will start there. The Audit Committee and the Auditor of State met in April to go over the results of the year-end June 30th, 2021 financial results. The final report was released on May the 12th, 2022, and is available on the district and the Auditor of State's website. Next slide, please. So what is the why, the who, and the when of why we have an audit done? Outside of being best practice, and the information is relied upon by lenders, grantors, and community stakeholders, we have to have an annual audit done every year in compliance with state law. And that state law is on the slide for your reading enjoyment. Who performs our audit? Our audit, at least as long as I have been here, has been performed by the Ohio Auditor of State. And the audit is performed typically a month after, it starts a month after our year end, which is June the 30th. So they're normally here in July. We have an opening conference with the Audit Committee in August. And they normally finish up around February, but this year because of COVID, there were some extensions given. So that's why we're kind of delayed in getting our report issued in May. Next slide, please. So what are they auditing? They are auditing our financial information that belongs to management. It's not something that belongs to the auditors. It's management's assertions about the district's financial position. So they're giving an opinion about the fair representation and of our financial position as of the year end, which in this case was as of June 30th, 2021. They also give an opinion on our compliance with the federal programs, because we receive substantial federal funds. So they give an opinion on our compliance with the federal program requirements and the internal controls that are in place over those federal funds. Next slide, please. So one of the things that when we were meeting with the Auditor of State, they acknowledge how complex and complicated our organization is, and how our annual comprehensive financial report is over 200 pages. So if you have a case of insomnia, you need something to read, pull that out. I'm not going to go over much that's in there. I just want to give you a high-level overview of their opinion. So we received a unmodified, or I might use the term unqualified, clean opinion. So what does that mean? There's a standard opinion that all auditors issue if they don't have to have any type of qualifications. So there was no need to put any type of, it's unqualified except for this situation. There was none of that happened with our situation. It's an unmodified, clean opinion. And the same was issued as it relates to our major federal programs. We did have one report comment over the Kronos Time supervisor approvals. And the auditor did acknowledge that the percentages that were not approved has drastically gone down from years in the past. And actually, our monitoring shows that we're even improved upon that. So hopefully this will go away next year. We did have one management letter comment over financial reporting regarding a classification error because it was not material and no adjusting entry was made. They just brought it to management's attention. Next slide, please. So this is a slide to just show the progress that has been made over the past 10 years regarding either management letter comments or report comments. And you've seen this before. It just kind of shows, you know, we have really worked hard to strengthen our internal controls and to be in compliance with all that we need to be in compliance with. Next slide, please. So you might be wondering, you heard me mention report comments and management letter comments. As I stated, report comments, there's not much leeway. If they notice something that's not in compliance with the federal program, they have to report that. A management letter comment, they do have some discretion. They want to bring something to our attention to give us an opportunity to improve upon it. So that's really the difference between those two reports. One is included in our report. The other one is truly a letter that comes to management, and if someone wants to see it, they would have to request it. Next slide, please. One of the things that I like that the auditor did do, I thought he did a good job explaining the difference between a material weakness and a significant deficiency. So I kind of just wanted to do the same thing. Both are identified deficiencies in internal controls, but the possible impact of a material weakness is higher than that of a significant deficiencies. The one that we had in our audit was a significant deficiency. Next slide. That's the last slide. I'll be happy to take any questions or hear comments from the chair or the co-chair.
Yes, I was going, thank you. Remember Beckerly?
Are there any questions first?
No, first you go.
Oh, I go first? All right, then I don't want to take up too much time because this is a good report. Our organization and Stan and his shop in particular are to be commended because, as you could see, the slope of those notice going, it's down and it's staying down. You know, having been at that meeting, it's safe to say that quote, I want to get the term right, what the deficient, the
Oh, significant deficiency?
significant deficiency was not anything that we as a board should be concerned about, and was already in the process of being corrected, and they acknowledged it in the body of their report. So I think that other than acknowledging the success of Stan's efforts and our overall organization's efforts and the consistency of it, we should be grateful and acknowledge that. And also acknowledge the fact that that hard work will fold right into our ability to issue bonds. And that is the most critical thing. So this is all good news.
Board Member Vera, do you have anything to add?
I mean, I just would want to add the committee members who are also part of audit and accountability. I'm just thanking them for their input and you know, just the continued support that they have been also providing.
Thank you. Questions by the board? Dr. Pierce?
So while this is a clean report, I think one of the things that we are making great commitment to within the district is continuous improvement. So in the terms of the two items that were highlighted, are there plans, processes to ensure that the misclassification won't happen again? And then also with our Chronos time system, that those items will be processed in a timely manner?
Mr. Treasurer, do you want to take that?
Good evening. So you are going to get a report from me this evening. The actual misclassification came about oftentimes in reporting and in interpreting a lot of the edicts that we have for how you report items. It is a matter sometimes of opinion based on the people who prepare the report and also those who audit the report, how a particular item should be reported or classified. In this particular case, for the past 2 years, this line item was reported as in one way. I think it was under transportation. And this year, the auditor of state chose to take exception to that and say, we would prefer that to be reported over here. And because it was not material, they didn't make an adjustment. There are times when you be in an audit and they look at something and go, look, this is not right, so you need to restate your financials. Yeah, that was not the case. So now that we've been told that, LGS, who helps prepare our statements, know that, and I'm sure that it'll be classified properly in forthcoming reports. The one on timesheet approval, when you mentioned continuous, it is literally that word, continuous. You know, oftentimes we say continuous, and I look at somebody and say, well, you're not doing it now, so it's not continuous. But we are continuously looking at that, tracking the data, and have come up with systems. For instance, they mentioned that we now email approvers to remind them of the deadline and dates like that. So we look at other additional options. We now have the ability to have alternate approvers. And so we have some ideas in the works in terms of some staffing issues and requests that we put in the staffing plan, but we haven't executed yet, in terms of improving the focus on timekeeping and timekeeping approval, again, addressing that, quite frankly, with manpower. So we have addressed it. We brought it down. I think it disappeared last year.
Yeah.
And it reappeared this year. And it had to do around a couple specific events. I think it was a holiday time, and it was right after we did an update. So the format of things changed, and it just didn't get done. So, but beyond that, even had they not mentioned it, we had plans, because my goal is not just to get it down to a percentage where it doesn't reach the level that it appears as a comment or a significant deficiency. My goal is really zero. Everything should be approved. And so we'll work to put that in place. So yeah, we're all working on focusing on that.
So thank you so much, and I appreciate that explanation. I think it's important for our community to understand that while we acknowledge and are very appreciative of the work that our administration and staff put into ensuring that we get a clean report, that we as a district are still always looking for opportunities to improve our processes and the services that we provide, and that is always at the forefront of how you all are approaching the work that you're doing in both of your offices. So I appreciate your response and sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Beckerly?
I'm going to toss out a thought that we can just put a pin in and keep and continue on. But in terms of the continuous improvement process, in terms of being outcomes focused, and when we have a report like this that is basically nothing that really warrants board discussion, that's a clean report, that has a few little details, we might even think about just publishing this as part of the agenda and having questions answered in writing as part of the agenda and, you know, avoiding the conversation at the board table in terms of role modeling how serious we are about student outcomes and staying focused on that and making sure the rest of the stuff is taking care of itself. So having a place where it's public and acknowledged, and even Dr. Pierce's question and her answer, and the answer can be reflected, but it's just a thought to put a pin in.
All right, thank you. Other questions?
I do. Comment?
Question?
No, I have a
Are you
comment.
going to tell me you don't like what I just said?
No, I just wanted to add something else. You know, the audit report is the auditor state looks at our reports on an official basis and does the audit and issues this opinion. Additionally, for our annual comprehensive financial report, we submit that to two national organizations, Government Finance Officers Association and the Association of School Business Officials International. Both of them issue certificates of excellence in financial reporting awards. They call them something different, each of them, but it's essentially the same thing. Both of them go through a rigorous peer review of other chief financial officers in all types of entities, not just school districts, but in all types of entities. They review those reports. They make comments on everything from content to format, layout, all of that of your reports. And for over 30 years, this district has received those certificates of excellence from both organizations on our annual comprehensive financial report. I will mention, too, that the Auditor of State, I think recently, came up with a STARS rating system. And that has to do with monitoring transparency in government. And they've got some categories there relative to controls and transparency and sunshine law and things like that. And we've received the highest award there in that program. I think that program is about 2 years old. So there's lots of folks looking at our financial reports, lots of folks looking at what we do. And I'm very proud to say that consistently we are, you know, I'll say at the top of being transparent, of being accurate, fairly representing the financial position of the school district. And again, those three entities have come forth and there's a word for that. What was the word that I used? Validated is a good word. Validated those efforts. So I'm really excited. The staff works very hard on it, and I appreciate the opportunity to share that with all of you.
And we get to start it all over again in 30 days, so. But concludes my report, Madam President.
All right, thank you. Do you have anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Treasurer? We are going to talk to you a little bit later.
Well, now that you've given me opportunity, no, I have nothing for you, President Adair. Thank you very much.
All right, then we are going to go ahead and move into our board matters. And we are closing out the month of May. We are closing out the end of the school year. And, all May we have been saying thank you to so many of our staff. The district and the board have put out lots of videos, but we also wanted to provide the formal resolutions recognizing each of those weeks, months, days for various staff. So board members have those, and we have President Caniglio is here from CEA that represents many of these individual professions, and so we'll have him come up. We have, they are in order, so President Caniglio, you'll get all yours first. And so board members, I randomly passed them out, so I actually have no clue what order we're about to go. But each board member will go ahead and do the resolution and give thanks on behalf of the board. And we can do all of President Caniglio's and then have him come up and talk. And then we'll move on to the others. So the first one is 7.1, resolution to recognize National Teacher Appreciation Week. I really don't know who has it. Oh, it's Board Member Brown.
Yes. John, to you and all of the teachers in Columbus City Schools, want to recognize the countless hours that you and teachers do preparing lessons, evaluating, mentoring, and so many other tasks that it'll be too many to mention them all. Want to recognize all of you, want to support you, show our appreciation for what teachers do in our classrooms and with our young adults, and also to express our thanks. I also want to request that our community think about what teachers do for the community, for our students, for their parents, for the entire community, and to reflect upon the great work of our teachers and express gratitude. And I have a resolution, formal resolution for you.
That is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Without objection, we will approve that resolution. The next one for Mr. Caniglio will be 7.2, resolution to recognize School Librarian Day.
So whereas April 4th is being recognized across the country as National School Librarian Day, whereas school librarians are a valuable member of the school team, providing guidance and resources that connect our students to information around the world, and whereas school librarians' role is to provide the leadership and expertise necessary to ensure that the school library is an integral part or the instructional program of the school, and where school librarians are the professionals that provide a safe environment for our students to continue their learning outside of the classroom and make a positive difference in their worlds, and where school librarians are experts in engagement and collaboration, which allows them to help our students critically think, be creative, and expand their knowledge. And whereas the school library contributes to the individual growth and development of all students while fostering both excellence and equity in education. And whereas the school librarians of the city, Columbus City Schools, have dedicated themselves to provide quality school libraries for all students. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Columbus Board of Education hereby honor and value the many contributions and accomplishments of the school librarians of Columbus City Schools and their efforts of meeting the needs of today's students and providing a positive impact on our school community. And be it further resolved that the Columbus Board of Education urges all Columbus residents to express their gratitude to our school librarians in recognition of the critical role that they perform for our students and families each and every day. And be it further resolved that the Columbus City Schools Board of Education hereby recognizes April 4th, 2022 as National School Library Day.
Thank you. That is a motion. Is there a second? And without objection, that resolution has been approved. Resolution 7.3, recognition National School Nurse Day.
Okay, I am privileged to be able to present this resolution, both in terms of having collaborated and worked closely with nurses in the previous job, and I can say firsthand how critical they are to our mission and to the wellness of our students. I'm also especially happy to be able to make this, present this resolution, because recently we had a session with the nurses that was a really cool use of the Power On proposal. We had the wellness team had a session of all nurses to come and talk, and invited Dr. Klein and me to talk about the SOFG effort, the board's goals and guardrails, and then the strategic plan of the superintendent and how they go together. And it was a really wonderful, powerful, deep discussion about how integral nurses are and their role to advancing the goals and guardrails. And so I'm really excited to moving forward and as we start to get deeper in this work. Therefore, I present a resolution. I move to adopt the resolution to recognize National School Nurse Day.
That is a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Without objection, that resolution passes. And we have Resolution 7.4, National Physical Education Week, and I actually have that one. So National Physical Education Week was May 1st through the 7th. And we know that, kids that are active, are, learning about sports, they're more mentally alert, they're ready to learn, and we know that our professional physical education teachers are really the backbone of that. And it's more than just getting them in, learning how to play a basketball. They really do so much more, teaching health and nutrition, teaching children about confidence, and we know that there's a direct correlation between athletics and sports and moving around and getting good grades. And so our teachers that are out there doing the physical education are real heroes. There are coaches. They're people that our kids look to, for help and support. So we recognize them, we thank them, we encourage our community to, say thank you to them as well. So I make a motion to approve this resolution to recognize National Physical Education Week.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and without objection, that resolution passes. And I think, Mr. Caniglio, we have all of yours. So if you would like to come up, and members, I'll grab those from you, and I will give them to President Caniglio. Go ahead. I'll come around.
President Adair, honorable school board members, Dr. Dixon, I just want to say thank you so much for these resolutions. Our teachers are working hard every single day to give a quality education to our kids, and this means a lot because this year has been a pretty tough year, and as we all know. So thank you so much for this, and we do appreciate it, and I'm glad that you also appreciate us. So thank you.
And we do. Thank you for being here, President Caniglio, and have fun at your daughter's
Yes.
academic awards.
it.
Oh. Well, all right, we're going to go ahead and move to item 7.5. I believe, is Mr. Smith? Yes. And we have a resolution, to recognize School Principals Day.
I have that one. So I had the honor of recognizing our principals who are truly our backbone, our visionaries, instructional leaders. I mean, I'm super honored every time I walk into one of our buildings and I see our principals in motion, thinking about our kids, thinking about our staff. And so it's truly an honor to be able to recognize all of your continued dedication and determination as you set the academic tone for the schools and just our community as a whole. So we really, really value and thank our principals. And I move to adopt the resolution to recognize School Principal Day.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and second. Without objection, that resolution is passed, and we'll have Mr. Smith come up. And Board Member Vera, if you'd want to walk up and give that to him.
Madam President, Madam Vice President, members of the board, Superintendent, I truly am appreciative of this acknowledgement on behalf of administrators in the district. I always like to start things out with my favorite quote by Malcolm X, and that is, "Education is your passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today." And what we're doing with your leadership and with our combined efforts, we're preparing for our future and beyond. So thank you very much for all that you do.
Thank you.
You.
Our next is in a series. We have our OPSI team, but we have President Carson is not able to be with us. We send our love and prayer to her, but we are going to recognize these wonderful people on her team. And so we have item 7.6, resolution to recognize School Bus Driver Appreciation Day.
So I get the good one. I got that one too. So I'm super, super honored and so grateful for our bus drivers. I mean, they're there in the early wee hours of the morning, in the cold, late at night, whatever it takes. They're usually the first faces many of our kids see, getting them to our buildings and home after school and to their sporting events. And I mean, we couldn't do what we do every single day without our bus drivers. So I'm truly, truly grateful for the opportunity to honor them and to thank them for their hard work and dedication. It does not go unnoticed. We are really grateful for our bus drivers. So I move to adopt the resolution to recognize School Bus Driver Appreciation Day.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Without objection, that resolution has been adopted. Item 7.7, resolution to recognize School Lunch Hero Day.
Again, I am particularly happy to be able to put forward this resolution, having experienced firsthand how important our school lunch heroes are in lots of different ways, in feeding our kids and welcoming our students and providing opportunities for students to be lunch helpers, all of the ways in which our food service staff care for our children, our whole child, really. So I am happy to put forth this motion I move to adopt the resolution to recognize School Lunch Hero Day.
There's been a motion and a second, and without objection, that resolution is passed. Thank you. 7.8, resolution to recognize Administrative Professionals Day.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I'm also very excited to acknowledge these outstanding professionals in our district who comprise a population that often are our front lines in our school buildings and also to the district as a whole, particularly in our customer service. These are professionals who demonstrate some incredible knowledge, historic and otherwise, about the operatings of our district on a building-for-building basis. So I just want to make sure that we acknowledge them. Administrative professionals are critical to the daily operation of district, department, and school sites in coordinating the office operations, providing excellent customer service, and play essential role to our schools, departments, and our entire organization. And whereas administrative professionals serve several roles in our school buildings and district offices and are often our first point of contact for families, students, and staff, and help create a welcoming and inclusive environment, and now therefore be it resolved that the Columbus Board of Education does hereby honor and value, again, honor and value the many contributions and accomplishments of the administrative professionals of the Columbus City Schools. I won't continue on, but I do ask that we motion this for approval.
Been a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Without objection, that resolution passes. And item 7.9, resolution to recognize National Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week.
So last but not least, whereas the week of May 2nd through 6th of 2022 is being recognized across the country as National Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week, and whereas the high-quality public education for all students is essential to our democratic system of government, and whereas much of the nation's economic, cultural, social, and civic progress can be attributed to the dedicated teachers, principals, assistant principals, support team members, and substitute teachers entrusted with the educational and and holistic development of our students to reach their full potential. And whereas substitute teachers play a vital role in maintaining continuity of instruction and a positive learning environment as part of the school instruction and support team. And whereas the Columbus Board of Education takes this opportunity to recognize substitute teachers for their dedication and commitment to ensure the academic success of all our students, and now therefore be it resolved that the Columbus Board of Education honors and values the positive impact of our substitute teachers and their contributions to help create a world-class model of public education that prepares our students to reach their full potential. And be it further resolved that the Columbus Board of Education urges all Columbus residents to reflect on their outstanding work and to express their gratitude to our substitute teachers for the critical role they play in the success of our students each and every day. And be it further resolved that the Columbus City Schools Board of Education hereby recognizes May 2nd through 6th, 2022 as National Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week.
Thank you. That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And hearing no objection, that resolution passes. Again, thank you to all of our staff, our team, our family, regardless of if you were part of the professional group. I know, like, we had actually Communication Professional Week, and, everybody is so essential to how we meet our mission every day, how we are reaching for that portrait as our North Star, and how we are implementing all of our plans. And, we are a team, and we are proud that you are all part of our team. So you are appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just a few more days left to the school year. We can do it. And get ready for summer. All right. So we are going to now move to item 7.10, which is the first reading of the PDK audit recommendation policies. Just as a reminder, and I'm going to have Kira come on up. Just a reminder to the board, this is a first reading, so there will be no action tonight. This will appear on an agenda coming up, but we are here for review and questions.
Good evening, President Adair and members of the board. Thank you for your time. I'm excited to bring the following policies for our first reading. These drafted policies are in response to recommendations 1 and 2 of the PDK audit. We're calling this PDK Bundle 1. As we know, we'll have more policies as we continue to work through that audit. While working with Dr. Breeden, Kyle Lathwell, and James, we have prioritized these policies while also adhering to your guidance and feedback that we've been working on. After listening to your comments at the board retreat, your session with AJ, and reviewing your feedback in earlier drafts, we are limiting policies to those that meet the following 3 criteria. They're required by law for the board. These duties cannot be delegated to the district. Connecting policies to board goals and guardrails, and editing so that repetition of law only occurs when it's required for compliance. 3 of the 5 policies drafted before you this evening, as well as the curriculum instruction policy that was adopted a few weeks ago, are foundational components of the curriculum management plan. The plan directs the who, the what, the why, the where, when, and how of curriculum development, review, and evaluation, and is the only plan that focuses on the most critical work of district teaching and learning. And that we know was a response from PDK. As a brief orientation to what you have in front of you, the clean version is the one you are being asked to consider or read for first review. It is listed first in the attachment, and the markup version follows the clean version. You will likely find some small typographical errors. For example, administrative guidelines is capitalized in some version but not in others, or we may have missed small items in the markup version. Prior to the second reading, we will ensure all minor errors are corrected. The policies for review in front of you are homework, adoption of textbooks, selection of instructional material, student assessment and academic intervention, and College Credit Plus. So you can review the policies, and I'll hear any of your feedback or questions at this time.
Board Member Brown.
Thank you. As chair of the policy committee, I just wanted to explain that these did not come through the policy committee. However, they are conforming to where we're headed with policy and the new approach we're taking. And that is that we're going to tear down. We had a discussion at the policy committee about the process that we're just getting started with, and we're going to have more presented and discussed. But it's to do exactly what Kira said, and that is to not have lengthy recitations of the law, that we not have anything that isn't required, unless that, you know, and that these things will all our policies will align with our goals and guardrails. Carol likes that, I know. And finally, that many things will move to administrative guidelines where they should have been in the first place. And we want to remove redundancies where things appear multiple times in the book. So just wanted to mention that for all of you.
Thank you. Are there questions about any of the policies at the moment? Seeing none, board members, you have some homework, so please review those policies and provide questions in writing to Misty so that they can be addressed and sent back out to everyone, and then we will obviously have discussion on this when it comes back.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now into item 7.11. And I'm going to have the treasurer give us some information, but first I'm going to ask Board Member Cole to put a motion on the floor so we can begin discussion.
Have that language
It's
right here.
right there.
Okay, thank you. Madam President, colleagues, I move adoption of the resolution contained attachment option 3, 4.7 mills permanent improvement levy and 680 million bonds resolution determined to proceed.
The motion, is there a second? Second. All right, thank you. Now we can, we will begin discussion, but before beginning discussion, I'm going to turn it back over to our treasurer, who's going to give us a little bit more information. Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, President Adair. Tonight, and on the table, you have one of three options now on the table, as moved by Board Member Cole. And we are at the stage called the resolution to proceed. And what that means is that you, by however you vote on this resolution, you are resolving to proceed to place the issue as Board Member Cole described it, a 4.7 mil PI levy and a $680 million bond issue, which in terms of millage is 2.93. And after this step, I will then send those resolutions on to the County Board of Elections for them to prepare the ballots in November. So this is kind of your last step in what you have to approve. And then we take it from there in terms of getting the item on the ballot. But we gave you three options. Board Member Cole's moved option 3, and that's really it for me. And once you adopt the resolution, I'll take it from there in terms of getting it on the ballot. I guess then the fun begins. But any questions about option 3 in terms of content, I can help to address. Dr. Dixon, Dr. James can help to address as well, should you have any questions.
Thank you for that. I believe we're going to have a lengthier discussion about this, so I want to set out some ground rules. We want to make sure we keep an eye on time because we have a monitoring session to do, which will be another hour that's been allotted. So I'm going to give each board member about 2 minutes to share some thoughts about any of the options. All options can be discussed. If you don't want to say anything at this point, you can just pass. And then we can kind of come back and loop around for additional discussion and questions. But I know that you all probably have things you would like to say or comment, so I want to provide that opportunity to you. I do not care the order in which we go, so if there is someone that really wants to go, I will make sure, though, that everyone gets an opportunity. So we'll go ahead and start with Board Member Brown.
Thank you. I've watched the process by which this package, this resolution, has been developed, and I think it was very, very carefully put together with a great deal of input. This was carefully considered by the Finance Committee on which I serve. It was also part of the FMP process, obviously, because it's to fund our FMP process, which we have all been in agreement with the plan. Part of the question is obviously the timing of proceeding, but I think we all agree with where we're headed with facilities. I strongly support this package. The PI levy is absolutely critical. When I first came on the board, I made an issue of it because I had that back in my previous school district, and it was incredibly important. It helped make sure that repairs and improvements don't compete for dollars with our academic and teacher resources. And I think this is, getting that in place was great, and now this is helping further to get it close to where it needs to be. The bond issue, I think, doing both phases, being able to fund both phases at this time makes a great deal of sense. Allows for flexibility as we go, but also, helps carry this into the future with where we're headed, and I think it aligns well. So I support these.
Thank you. Next, Board Member Beckerly.
I totally agree with Board Member Brown. Don't really have anything to add. I think he said it all, except, of course, I have something. We have to, in going forward, we all need to be clear on how much work this is going to be and how we have to be all in at 150%. And we have to do it for the kids. And I think to Eric's point, Board Member Brown's point, the reasoning, the process, what the kids need, the 21st century education, the portrait of a graduate, it's sound. It's really sound. We've done our homework, and it's very compelling. And it's compelling in terms of the governance model we're implementing. It's compelling in terms of the superintendent's strategic plan, the power of one. All of it is coming together, and it's really good. But it's going to be a heck of a lot of work, and we have to be all in.
Thank you. Next. Dr. Pierce.
So while I appreciate my colleagues' comments and the due diligence that was given towards the process of inviting our community to give input and engaging our students in that input, I am supportive of option 2. At this point, to move forward with a segment that I am unclear on and need additional information about is not being diligent on my part. So I am very supportive of option 2.
Thank you. Board Member Vera.
Yeah, so also for me, which I really appreciate, this entire process. Like, as a newer member of the board, coming in and learning more about our FMP process, and really recognizing that our students need this. Our students really need our community to rally around, making sure that they have these 21st century opportunities. And we need our community in order to be able to do that. And so understanding that we have work to do and it will happen in phases, it's not going to happen overnight. You know, but for me, also with still having some additional need for what's happening with Phase 5, for me, option 2 is also where I'm at presently.
Mr. Cole?
Thank you, Madam President. I think it goes without saying that I assuredly am grateful to have had our administration and this board plan for a process that was incredibly inclusive, informative, and being able to give us additional direction on what is needed for our children. The community spoke to us. As much as we went through a process and learned something in a series of exercises, the community spoke directly to us in saying what it is that they wanted. And we went about a process, the administration went about a process as to identify in 2 different phases how that would work. I appreciate the guidelines, right? The guidelines that you established, the rubric, I think is a better word, that you established in terms of how we look at engaging this process. One of those key parts of the rubric was the idea of looking at the buildings and grounds and answering the question as to whether we can build while kids still go to school. Can we build while our children are still in that school learning and have the opportunity to see that building, that edifice coming up right before their very eyes? I really appreciate the opportunity to share a narrative with this community that in this section of what we're doing, we're not talking about closing schools. We're talking about building schools. I'm honored at the opportunity to say yes today to an option 3, that irrespective of any sort of ambiguity about segment 5, what it does is put the district in a good position, 1, fiscally. It's responsible on our part to try and make Phase 5 as affordable as we possibly can by including it now. We are preparing at this very moment for inflation to the tune of 7%. Am I wrong, Mr. Treasurer? Am I wrong about that?
It actually was a little bit higher than that.
Ah,
So,
there we go. So I am wrong to the tune of it's a little cheaper. But,
No,
excuse me, that my number
yours
was less.
Yes.
But if you're talking about near double-digit or double-digit inflation and wait time for product, we're in an environment now where the urgency of now is all the more critical. And this is why option 3 was, I moved the motion to put option 3 up so that we don't deny our children the right to have the resources that they need. Most importantly, when we heard from the community, we heard from our learning staff, right? We heard from them or our teaching staff saying that we need the amenities in these buildings that are 21st century, that allow for every bit of resources in terms of things that are tangible and intangible for our children to be able to utilize and have comfort in their learning experience. I just want to say, Madam President, that this is a unique opportunity that poses us some challenges, but not something that we can't figure out. We can figure out. This administration has shown that it's light on its feet. This administration has demonstrated that it has the ability to think through challenges and find the solutions that first and foremost benefit children. So thank you. I look forward to the opportunity to say yes. I encourage all of my colleagues at the table to say yes to option 3, to say yes to our children, to say yes to being a stronger cornerstone in this community, because we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Reyes, I know you just walked in, but I think you've been listening. I don't know if you want me to go or if you'd like to go. We are discussing the 3 options, and it would be your turn to discuss. I'm giving everyone a few minutes just to share their thoughts and ideas about the options before we kind of then open it up.
Madam President, I don't know whether Vice President Reyes knows it or not, but the item on the table, so she knows what she's speaking to. Okay.
On until I walked in the door. Sorry, I apologize for, there was a huge accident. Yes, thank you, President Adair. I am in accordance with option 3. I have been on the board where we have not fulfilled the things that we needed to do for our children, where we've fallen short, where we have not completed some of the things that we needed to complete. If we want to create change, as we say we are wanting to do, as we have flipped the switch, as we continue to talk about our goals and guardrails, and it would be so nice to be able to see all of our buildings, all of our kids being in the buildings that they want, that they deserve, and that we hear consistently from our community that they would like to see our children. Every year, we hear from our community about our buildings and how they need improvement, and sometimes you just don't have enough duct tape. So it's time for us to make sure that we give our children in our community what they need.
Thank you. I am also supportive of option 3. One, our children deserve it. And 2, you know, just to be fully transparent, this is only the beginning. We know that our community has told us that we need at least 19 new learning communities. And this isn't about just new buildings. This is about building communities of learning that effectuate the portrait, that allow our students to be portrait-ready, to have rigorous education and opportunities educationally, career-wise, bringing them together in these communities that the rest of the state has. We are doing something that really is 100% student-focused here. And I'm going to use my I statement, right? It starts with me. I'm going to fight for our kids, and this is what I believe is right for our kids. Our kids deserve this. You know, and I know that, you know, this will be a hard thing to go out, but our community is behind us. They helped us with the portrait. They were part of this. They understand where we have to go. They asked for 19 buildings. The PI part is just smart. It's literally just smart. You know, this is life cycle replacement. This is about putting in a strategy that ensures that as our buildings and materials age, that we can replace them. And that's what we would do in our own homes and for our own kids. It's just smart governance. It's something that should have been in place a long time ago, things that board members and our treasurer have advocated for. And again, I'm proud to personally say I support that. You know, change starts with me. I'm putting our kids front and center, and I'm going to ask everyone to do that alongside. Now, you know, this calls into question other conversations about the way public education is funded. You know, unfortunately, this is our system in Ohio. And unfortunately, we have other systems, other policy that are really pulling funding away from public education. And so this is an all-in battle, right? So we're going to fight on those aspects. We're going to fight bad policy. We're going to fight bad practices. We're going to ensure that funding formulas are done as they are said. And we are going to use the methods we have to ensure that our students have what they deserve now. The PI is smart. Creating new learning and communities that effectuate our portrait of a graduate makes us stronger as a community. It helps every single student reach their full potential and become portrait ready. They deserve it. Columbus deserves it. They are the next generation. And so that is why I wholeheartedly support option 3. All right, so we're going to go ahead and open it up for further discussion. Board Member Beckerly.
First of all, Vice President Adair, Reyes, I want to thank you for your comments. I really appreciated them, and they spoke to me, and they should speak to our community. And second, I want to point out that while, yes, the PI is smart, I think in terms of any, you know, ongoing business operation, it was arguably irresponsible not to have that before. So it's an end I'm not saying that to be critical. What I'm saying is, I think it's indicative of this board really, change starts with change starts with me. This is one of the ways change is starting with us. We're saying, you know, this should have been this way, and this is the way it's supposed to be, and we're taking the action to do it. And I think that we should make sure that we give ourselves credit for that when we tell the story, because that's part of the change. And then the third thing is, yes, our kids deserve it, but I think we talk at this board table, we talk in this district, in this organization, we talk throughout the community and the world, really, the country and the world, equity. And you know, then we argue about what equity means and what it doesn't mean. And my sort of thumbnail term for equity is leveling the playing field. And if there was ever a way to level the playing field for our students, is to get them the spaces they deserve, and also to get them the programming they deserve, which comes with these buildings that we're proposing. Kind of akin to what I've said before about the summer experience, the same thing is true about these buildings, which is our students who are coming from socioeconomic disparities we need to be really intentional about making them believe the world is their oyster. And the way we do that are things, inspired programming, like the summer program, where they get to go to Franklin Park 3 years in a row from K-2. So they own Franklin Park. That's their space. Then they go to COSI for 3 to 5. That's their space. They belong there in a way that you can that's leveling the playing field. Because then when they're out in the real world and they're trying to apply for jobs, they walk in like they own the place. Same with our buildings. And that, for me, is why it's important. And I guess maybe I probably drive everybody nuts by talking about it, but knowing our students and having taught them, knowing their everything, I understand that leveling of that playing field. We have to be intentional about setting them up to be able to do it, because it's a huge leap otherwise. And this is a way we can make it a less of a leap.
Thank you. Board Member Brown.
Thank you. What Carol just had to say reminded me of something that I think is very important for us to think about. Phase 4, which everybody seems to agree with including, covers 5 buildings in 5 locations in the district only. This needs to pass by the entire school district, by all of us, and by including and showing the entire community that there is a plan for the entire district, more than just for those 5 locations. It sends a very strong signal, and I think will help gain the support of people in those other places, because they're not going to feel left behind. It's not going to depend on whether and when some subsequent school board decides to do something. It's becoming real for them now, and they can act on it. And I think that's really important. Secondly, many of you have talked about this being a beginning. The reality is that this has been in the works for years. We consciously discussed and decided at the outset of the Portrait of a Graduate that we needed to hold off on this, and that we needed to develop first the Portrait of a Graduate. What do we want our students to know and look like when they come out of their schooling and graduate from Columbus City Schools? We knew that we wanted to do that first, and then the strategic planning, the 5-year strategic plan, that would align us with that portrait. And again, we held off on this because we wanted to make sure that the academics drove the process for facilities and not the other way around. And that's extremely important. I don't recall other school districts being that thoughtful. But this puts these things all in place. and ensures that, we're building buildings around what we want to accomplish academically and what the needs are for the future, and that too is included in the portrait. So it's all, one vision. And I think that it's really important to do all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments, questions? Dr. Pierce?
I'll just comment that option 2 also improves that PI piece that has been talked about quite frequently. The defining difference between option 2 and option 3 is really between the FMP process of segment 4 and segment 5. And so I just want to, again, clarify and be really clear on the fact that I think all of us have indicated a desire, a commitment to ensure that our students have safe, modern schools that they can learn in, that our staff can enter into work. In my remarks, I will again state that the defining element is that in segment 5, there are still some unanswered questions. And so I want to ensure or be sure that our community understands that we are all committed to ensuring that our students have the spaces that they need. Just there are some differences between how prepared, how inclusive we see that process. And I will state that when we talk about that swing space, if we think about a building like Haas, what is their swing space? Will they have that space to move into in segment 5? When I think about the parents, as I sat in the Whetstone Library and listened to those parents and heard their concerns about our programming and how would the programming be situated into the building, that was a very real concern for them. And a lot of those questions remain unanswered. So again, the goal is to ensure that our community understands that our entire board is committed to making sure that there are safe schools that are modern, that have the amenities that are for our students and staff, but again, noting that there are some remaining questions that I have around segment 5.
So no programs have been identified because that is not what we're doing at the moment. So it's a process which I think has been outlined several times. We had community involvement to get to this point, and we tried to make it clear. I know it's hard because everyone does want to talk about the programs, and that's so right. That is so right. We want to talk about programs. But now we will get to talk about the programs. So this summer, we will be headed out and going out and talking to people about, what are going to be in these spaces. And this is, to Board Member Brown's point, this is just one part of a district plan. This is just one part. The building of the new buildings is one part. There's a lot of moving parts around different programs or different schools or different things that are going to be happening. So no one gets left out. To be in full transparency, everyone in this district at some point will have a positive impact by what we are doing. Whether that would be in segment 4, in a transition period, in 5, or up until 8 or 9, because we have segments that are literally going out that far. So full transparency, this is a long-term vision when we are talking about the FMP part of it. Okay? Segment 5 is 5 buildings, right? It is 2 high schools. It is 2. It's the same as segment 4.
It's the same as segment 4.
Exactly
So it's
the same
2 high
footprint
schools,
as
it's
segment
2
4.
elementary schools, and 1 middle school. We just have not identified the location. It is the same capacity, if I'm
That's right.
remembering that correctly. So very clear that they will both mirror segment 4 and 5.
And the reason for the ask now is because of things that Board Member Cole identified and our Alex Trevino identified, who's not here today, about the planning process and how, if we if we take that break, it means we're going to have to come back to the voters and ask for it later, and it's going to be a longer break, which means that we do not have full continuity of the plan. And that's a fear. That's a fear of mine personally, right? We have to keep going. We know the break that happened between segment 3 and 4, because by the way, there was a 3 a while ago, right? And so we have to continue this. We are coming back, right? So whether or not 5 is now, 5 is later, there's a 6, a 7, and an 8 that's coming, right? If we are to fully effectuate this vision, it is 19 buildings. If you look at the diagrams that have been put together that the community made for us, you know where those generally are going to be, the impact those will be. And so there will be additional information, and I promise you, I make this promise personally. You know, when voters decide if this is the one we put on, if we have segment 5 in it, they will know more when they have to actually make that decision in November. It's part of the process. They're going to know more about the programming. They're going to know more about the buildings. They're going to know, and there's going to be targeted effort, especially those that are impacted, to be engaged, because we can't do this without everyone. Everyone is part of building these new communities. Board Member Beckerly.
And I think the answer to, well, a few things. One, I have a healthy respect, just through dumb luck of having had some experiences when I was practicing law, about the impact of the delay and the disruption. And the delay and disruption between 3 and 4 is a perfect example of how things get more expensive, they get sidetracked, and so I really appreciate the wisdom of getting, at least roughly half of this program funded, and I think there's a real responsibility there. I think it's going to end up with a better result in the long run from project management perspective, from, as Board Member Cole suggested, from financial perspective, looking at inflation, looking at, I think it allows for better planning and better programming in the long run because we've got more flexibility. And I think that it's on us to make sure we get the programs, because the program's not decided. And we have to make sure we decide whatever we put in these buildings and wherever we put the programs, or how we improve our programs before we put them in the buildings, like Chinese being taught, remotely in one building and, across the city, like all kinds of things that we haven't even thought about yet in terms of programming. That the answer to, well, which buildings, which locations, which programs is, especially which programming, is we will make those decisions and honor the community's values and priorities. And they are really, and I know it sounds disingenuous, but the truth is independent of the buildings to a large degree, because the buildings haven't been designed yet. So, I mean, one of my favorite things that I've been talking about to anyone who will listen is we have this high school that's going up between 161 and Schrock Road, which is really close to Intel. Now, nobody at this point has said anything about putting a career center wing or any kind. I mean, we've talked about decentralizing or spreading career tech around. Now, if we don't figure out how to put some career tech there that allows our kids to go straight over to New Albany and into that factory, and that's programming that hasn't been decided yet. And so I think that we really do need to identify roughly the buildings and where they're going to happen and what the schedule is, and then the programming has to be decided, and it's incumbent upon us to make sure we respect the community and get our kids what they need. And it feels, when you say that to a community member, it sounds like we're dodging. And I don't think we are. I mean, the proof will be that we don't dodge when we actually make the decision, but to make the decisions about the facilities separate from the decisions about the programming is actually responsible and not dodging. We could still dodge if we don't do a good job in the programming, but that's really a separate process.
Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Madam President. May I call the question?
Question has been called. Please call the roll.
Ms. Beckerly?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I have the same question too. Are we voting on one of the three?
Yeah,
Motion is on.
the motion is on option 3.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize the motion was on option. Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Cole?
Yes.
Dr. Pierce?
No.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
Ms. Vera?
No.
President Adair?
Yes,
That motion carried.
thank you. And Stan, you'll let us know?
Yes, I mean, I did provide you that timetable. That just got you up to the ballot. After the outcome of the ballot, assuming it is favorable, then I still have to come back to you with a resolution to issue bonds. You understand this is two different bond issues. Seg 4 is $305 million. Seg 5 is estimated at $375, but we are capped at $375 by this resolution, by this approval. So the maximum amount of bonds we can issue is $680. I still have to come back to you and say, I'm ready to issue some or all of the 305. And if you recall Operation Fix-It, where we approved 125, working with Alex's team, we knew that, well, to start with, we're going to do $75 million first. So we did a $75 million. So we funded it as we needed it. But each one of those comes back to you, and I will say, I want to, let's just as an example, on $305 million, I want to issue $125 million in bonds. And you're rightfully going to say to me, what for? And my answer is going to have to be a lot more detailed than Seg 4.
Right.
See what I'm saying? So you will get a chance to, in fact, discuss each bond issue as it comes up and the very specific use for the bonds that we issue. So these bonds will be issued over time, likely over the next, I'm going to estimate 6 to 8 years, depending upon how construction goes. And I just want to let you know that there are more steps. I only got you to the ballot. So once we get to if we get after the ballot, there's still more to come that requires your approval and interaction and questions and answers.
Great. Thank you, Stan, for that. I think we're going to have a short recess before our monitoring session, like 5 minutes. Is that enough, board members? Give everyone a quick stretch, head to the bathroom so that we can really focus in on monitoring. So if we can come back at 7:05 to get started, that'd be great. We're going to go ahead and go into recess.
Before we do that, can I just make a very short please?
Okay?
I think it's, one, the decision that by supermajority we made today, I think was a pivotal one. I appreciate the conversation and the insights from my colleagues who weren't all the way there, particularly with option 3. I just want to say that now is not the time moving forward for us to separate our efforts and seem like we're trying to make distinctions between this decision. Now is our time to move forward in solidarity, because now is the time that we're making and living and behaving our commitment to our kids. So at any point in time, we're talking to folks in the community. We have some measure of, support or non-support for today's decision. Please rest on the laurels of what we know we envisioned for our children collectively. Rest on the laurels of what we know we have best planned for our children. Rest on the laurels of the fact that we know that this is an inclusive process moving forward, where folks are on either side of us in terms of direct reports and the administration, have to come with their game, have to come with their best game and their best foot forward and answer questions with clarity, with conviction, and with readiness to make it happen. So I thank you all again for, supporting this endeavor, this initiative, and most importantly, us ending on the same page of wanting the best and working towards the best for our children. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Board Member Cole. We're going to go ahead and take recess. We'll come back at 7:06. Thank you.
last person on this planet who was scrapbook.
We are back in session. Thank you, board members. All right, we are moving into item 7.12, which is our monitoring reports of interim goal 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3. We have, actually, board member Cole today is going to be we need a title. I don't know what.
Moderator.
The moderator, or the host of our monitoring session this evening. But before he kind of takes over and he'll do all the things that, I would do to start us off, we're going to turn it over to Dr. Dixon to give us a brief report on
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Evening.
We're pleased to have the opportunity to present and discuss our monitoring reports for our interim goals 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3 that support the board's goal of closing opportunity gaps and raising the graduation rate for Columbus City School students. Our work towards graduation begins the minute a student enrolls in Columbus City Schools, and as early as pre-K. It is the responsibility of all our staff members to support our students on their journey to graduation. The determination of on-time high school graduation rate begins when the students start ninth grade. This establishes the cohort for the graduating class. To be considered an on-time graduate, a student must complete all the requirements for graduation within 4 years after entering ninth grade. We all know the unique challenges our students face when their high school experience was disrupted by the pandemic. We are pleased to see that the return to in-person instruction has been particularly helpful for our incoming ninth graders, while providing improvement for our 10th graders and our 11th grade students as well. And Dr. Brown would expand upon this in a moment. While these early changes are promising, we know we need to align additional resources to address the root causes of the ongoing challenges for our high school students. These challenges are building and system-wide issues that we plan to address in the coming year. In particular, school climate and chronic absenteeism are deeply intertwined. Again, I want to reiterate that getting our students to graduation is the work of our entire district. Every department and every member of our organization plays a key role in supporting this board goal. Tonight, you will hear from 3 of our leaders who will be asked to speak to the data and highlight our plan of action as a district. Dr. Brown will present the data and will be followed by Dr. Chapman, Dr. Blue, and Kira Slotenbach, who will address our building-wide and system-wide strategies. I will then outline some of the ways in which the board can support this work as we move forward. I anticipate a productive conversation this evening on behalf of our high school students. And with that, I would like to ask Dr. Brown to review the data for each of our interim goals. Dr. Brown?
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's a pleasure to speak with you today. I'll begin with our freshmen and progress to our juniors, following our interim goals from 2.1 to 2.2 to 2.3. Starting with our new cohort of ninth graders who will be on-time graduates in 2025, interim goal 2.1 is based on this particular group of students, the new ninth grade of each year. At the midpoint of this year, 64% of our true ninth graders had acquired the credits they needed in order to be on track. This is a 10 percentage point increase from where the prior cohort was at this point last year. The target for this year was 59%. Therefore, this cohort is above the target and on track. Moving on to 10th grade, goal 2.2 is based on those students who will be on-time graduates in 2024. Currently, 47.3% of this year's cohort is on track. This is off track and below the target of 59%. While this performance is slightly below where the prior 10th graders ended their year, it is, however, an improvement from where this cohort was when they ended their 9th grade last year at 46.1%. Finally, we move on to the 11th grade. Goal 2.3 is based on those students who will be on-time graduates in 2023. We'll be looking at them planning on crossing the stage next year around this time. Currently, 48.6% of this year's cohort is on track. This is well below the target of 61%. At this time last year, 47.8% of this cohort was on track. So this cohort has shown slight improvement from where they ended their year last year. Again, the return to school, we saw the biggest bump for our 9th graders. They got off to a really good start. For our 10th and 11th grade students who were significantly impacted by the pandemic, we do see them beginning to close a little bit and show a little bit of improvement. Given that both the 10th and 11th grade cohorts are off track right now, we began to look at the root causes beyond the obvious impact of the pandemic. And we looked at those things that we needed to address in order to improve performance as we move forward. We began looking at first at the data that we had related attendance data, and then we began to visit schools. We went out to the schools to listen to our building leaders, our staff, and our students. This supported and enriched our understanding of our school's needs and helped us sort of enrich our idea in terms of the root causes of what was behind that. The primary need that emerged was tied to school climate. School climate's a driver of many academic and behavioral outcomes in schools. We all know the value of relationships. We all know the importance of relationships. I think we've all heard how if a student has a single strong relationship with an adult in a building, the value of that in and of itself. So school climate is a clear driver. And again, research has consistently reaffirmed this. Unfortunately, less than half of our students see the school climate of their high school as a positive thing. And so when we're looking at the Panorama survey results, again, this highlights that. And again, when we're out listening to our faculty, listening to our students, we heard more issues around school climate and the need to address school climate. Attendance, while not separate from school climate, these things are intertwined, is also a driver for student success. Chronic absenteeism was a challenge before the pandemic, and it's only gotten worse since the pandemic. For our high school students, it's clear that those who attend regularly, for those students who actually attend in a way that would not meet the chronic absenteeism criteria, they're here 90% of the time or more, they're doing fine. Chronic absenteeism whittles away at our students' improvements. So while attendance challenges will certainly be improved by improvements in school climate, this is something that we believe that we also need to focus on in and of itself. Attendance improvements will lead to academic improvements. And then finally, the on-track status that we're looking at is by its very definition dependent on the accrual of credits. For students to have a full academic experience in our schools, they have to be on time with their credits. That's what enables them to have rich academic offerings as they go on through school. Therefore, we must focus early and often on opportunities to get our students on track with credits. So with that, I've gone through the data bit, and I'm going to now hand off the conversation to Dr. Chapman, our Chief of Transformation, Dr. Blue, our Chief of Equity, and Kira Schlombach, our Chief Academic Officer, to discuss our 3 theories of action and that frame our action steps moving forward. With that.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to be here with you this evening to discuss our first theory of action. If we improve school climate, then students will attend school more regularly and will have greater academic success. We know that we are still experiencing the effects of the pandemic and just beginning to understand its impact. We know that across the country, the pandemic has had significant impacts on schools. Observed drops in student achievement, increased absenteeism, staffing shortages, school closures, mental health, and behavioral challenges. All of these factors have had a direct impact on culture and climate in our schools in CCS and also shows up in our Panorama data. Despite the challenges this school year, many of our schools have developed site-based strategies to support culture and climate. Some schools have partnered with local organizations for additional support, and others have relied more heavily on the internal capacity of their staff to create activities, programs, and supports for students. In an effort to be more responsive to the data and the feedback from the field, we recognize the need to develop a systemic approach to supporting climate and culture in our district, particularly for our secondary schools. The first step towards this goal is to develop a district-wide framework for social and emotional learning. We will do this by establishing a partnership with a national leader in SEL work that will work with us to conduct a needs assessment, provide technical support to develop and execute a district-wide strategy to support changes in climate and culture within our schools. This partnership will afford us the opportunity to increase the emotional literacy of our adults so they can be better positioned to support the social and emotional needs of our students. We know that investments in SEL will have a positive impact for students, staff, and the community. Compelling research demonstrates that developing students' social and emotional skills improves a wide range of outcomes, starting with their performance in the classroom and positive effects on mental health and behavioral outcomes. Developing SEL skills is also associated with increased engagement in learning and reduced behaviors that interfere with learning. We recognize that this work will take time, attention to adult culture, and a commitment to develop the SEL skills of all staff members, recognizing that sometimes the transformation begins with the adults. Another evidence-based strategy we will continue to explore is implementing restorative practices. Next year, we intend to pilot student-led restorative practices in a few of our high schools. Our Equity and SEL team is working with A.J. Crable to identify a group of high schools to implement a student-led restorative practices program. Like SEL, this is intensive work that will require the investment of the school teams to support this work with fidelity as it moves forward. We currently have a pool of 25 district-level restorative practice trainers who will be engaged in supplemental training to support our schools in the pilot and beyond. They will be facilitating refresher training sessions throughout the summer. As a district, we also engage in a comprehensive school planning model that is led by the district leadership team. Based on the data, the team has identified 3 key areas of focus for the upcoming school year, which align to our strategic priorities and board goals. Those 3 areas are instruction, culture, climate, and graduation. In support of these district priorities, every school is required to develop their school improvement plan that is aligned to each of those key areas. Each school has already developed a site-specific plan of action to support climate and chronic absenteeism for the upcoming school year. We will continue to monitor school climate for the district as well as individual schools through the Panorama Survey, which is implemented multiple times a year. Now that we have identified our key areas of focus for school improvement, we have worked collaboratively across departments to align our district-wide professional development for the upcoming school year, which will focus on multi-tiered systems of support for all. All of our PD for next year will reinforce the 3 areas of focus under the umbrella of multi-tiered systems of support. Again, we will have a focused and coherent strategy for professional learning that provides evidence-based practices that support culture and climate. As a district, we have also advocated for additional investments in staffing for next school year to support this very important work in high schools, which include we have added 6 new restorative practice practitioners to support the high school pilot for student-led restorative practices. We have added 6 additional PBIS coordinators to support the district-level work. Currently, we have 6 PBIS coordinators, which are assigned 1 per region, supporting schools across all 3 tiers, elementary, middle, and high school. With the addition of these 6 positions, we will be able to provide more direct support solely to our high schools, because we know the work at our high schools is very complex and looks different, elementary and middle. We have also added 10 school social workers, 16 school counselors, and 3 social and emotional learning practitioners. And these are resources that will be directly supported and aligned to the work in our high schools. These additional investments will add additional capacity to our school-based teams in support of this theory of action, supporting our culture and climate work. And now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Blue, to discuss our second theory of action.
Thank you, Dr. Chapman. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The second theory of action states if we improve student attendance, credit attainment will improve. We know that every day of instruction matters. This becomes very clear when we look at the relationship between our students' credit accrual and attendance as illustrated in Table 3 of our 10th and 11th grade reports. When students miss more than 10% of their time for any reason, they're considered to be chronically absent. That is about 2 days a month or 18 days in a school year. Chronic absenteeism was a challenge before the pandemic, and that challenge grew as a result of the pandemic. On the other hand, when our students are attending school more regularly, they're more engaged and have access to the curriculum and supports needed for academic success. Currently, our chronic absenteeism rate in the district is 63%, which is a heavy lift for our staff to manage and support. To address this challenge, we have identified 4 district-wide action steps. The first is a district-wide attendance campaign. The campaign will be a year-long push and will include attendance robocalls, text messaging, and direct mail tiered for at-risk and or chronically absent students. Messaging will be differentiated by grade band, elementary, middle, high, as well as for ELL students and families. The campaign will focus on the importance of attendance and will cascade down to building level attendance strategies based on the needs and data of each building. Direct mail and text messaging will be pushed out to families and will automatically be in our top 5 languages. We will also seek support from our ESL department and ETSS for other languages. For next school year, we plan to expand the current pilot with Everyday Labs from 1 region to support targeted messaging in all regions. This strategy includes non-punitive messaging to proactively engage families. Bi-weekly text nudges to every student will serve as a positive update or reminder of how each individual student is doing as far as attendance, even if they don't have an attendance concern. Mail nudges up to 6 times per year, live family support teams that are available during school hours. Our data team has already streamlined the data reporting process that supports attendance to ensure that we have a common way of looking at attendance across the district. These reports include real-time data on attendance and chronic absenteeism, which will be made available to our schools and school support teams on a regular basis. In addition to these technical solutions, we will work diligently to build our internal capacity of secondary principals and school teams to focus on family engagement and school climate. We will provide tiered support to school teams by creating peer learning networks to support attendance for schools that have high chronic absenteeism rates. These learning communities will serve as a network for leaders and school-based teams to learn, share best practice, and problem solve together around this common challenge. For the current school year, we also have partnered with Engage Ohio, which is a statewide initiative to support attendance. It is an attendance recovery program which utilizes academic success coaching to help K-12 students be their best in the post-COVID-19 classroom. The Engage coaches do not provide instruction. They do, however, offer study tips, motivation, behavior coaching, and academic and community resources to improve student engagement and add a layer of support. In addition, we're making additional investments in staff for next school year to support this very important work. We've already allocated 12 new positions to support attendance at 12 high schools. Now I will turn it over to my colleague, Kira Schlombach, to discuss the last theory of action.
Thank you, Dr. Blue. Good evening, everyone. So our last theory of action is around credit recovery. If we provide focused credit recovery opportunities, more students will meet the requirements to be on track, and subsequently more students will graduate. Credit attainment is the primary driver of whether or not students graduate. Failure to attain credits on time also has an adverse effect on students' ability to access more advanced content for post-secondary readiness. We are committed to continue to grow and develop multiple ways in which our students can recover credit, including this year, we've expanded opportunities for credit recovery by partnering with a Tier 3 and 4 credit dropout recovery pilot program. These programs offer flexible alternative pathways to high school graduation. For next year, we're excited to strengthen our graduation teams. For example, each building will have an instructional coach and a graduation coach. These positions will support access to strong Tier 1 instruction and help facilitate our senior teams. It is our goal to facilitate positive whole-person relationships for students and provide timely intervention when needed. Along with strengthening our building level teams, we're expanding MTSS Tiers 2 and 3 intervention support to better ensure that students are earning credit on time and are less dependent on credit recovery. For example, this might look like this is captured in our secondary professional development plan, which focuses on intervention support that is connected to building and individual student data, and includes response and the use of our early warning system, Learning Circle. We will also continue to provide credit recovery opportunities during the school day and after school. We do that now and plan to do that next year as well. We are committed to engage our non-grad students so that we continue to support them in blended credit recovery opportunities and support them on their journey towards graduation. We know that we will support our students, Student Support Center through BlendEd. This is additional opportunity for students that might not be in the traditional school setting, but will have access to credit and their curriculum and instruction through the BlendEd program for a short amount of time. We also will utilize our additional opportunities which provide support to students as they navigate credit recovery. One of these things is high dosage tutoring. We implemented that this year and hope to continue to do that next year as well. And of course, our targeted support for our ELL students and our students with disabilities. An example of this is program-specific support for summer experience. We have students enrolled, ELL students enrolled in 3 high school credit recovery opportunities this summer. That's at Briggs, Mifflin, and West High School. In addition, for our students with disabilities, they have very specific small teams this summer as part of summer experience so that they have a support team with credit recovery that knows them well, knows their IEP, has been in contact with their current building teacher, and can really support them as they navigate, and their families, which is often critical in summer experience, as they navigate credit recovery. And we look to continue these practices next year as well. And with that, I will pass it back over to Dr. Dixon, who will speak to the ways in which you all can support the work and raise on-time graduation rates as we move forward.
Thank you. So before we get to diving in and just looking at the data and having that conversation, just wanted to highlight a couple other things. So throughout the course of the year, there's been 3 challenges that we have been addressing. I know we're talking more about it in the monitoring. And that's school climate, student attendance, and credit recovery. And they have emerged and become more clear. We want you to know the team, and we have been working to address these issues this year. And some of the work that's already been presented to the board, and those include, and the board has made these decisions. I want to thank you for those decisions that have already been made, and those aligned supports and investment have been additional staff that you have provided. Remember the social emotional support staff, the graduation coaches, additional instructional coaches. We approved attendance works a few months ago, and our partner organizations that support our high school. And supportive goal, a board goal 2, closing opportunity gaps, we have 4 key areas that we want the board to just keep in mind for consideration, and that is funding, that partnership and support of a district-wide social-emotional learning initiative to provide a framework and the tools necessary to support improvements in school climate. As a district, we would like to partner with one of the leading organizations in social-emotional learning field, the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, which is also known as CASEL. This work will launch in the district in just a few weeks. And while we recognize there are many strategies being implemented at individual buildings, we would like to develop a coherent district-wide strategy framework and how we prioritize SEL for all adults and students in our district. And then also funding innovative programming include our Summer Bridge, support groups, and mentoring for high schools, and our Forward Next Generation Labs. We will continue to explore creative opportunities to meaningfully engage our students and provide experiences that shape our portrait-ready graduates. Supporting and participating in a system-wide attendance initiative. As you have heard from our colleagues this evening, attendance is a key lever for our strategy for success, and we will certainly like to ask the board's support with messaging and highlighting the need to rally support for our attendance initiative internally and externally. And finally, we want to tap in our students' interest and passion by investing in resources for additional extracurricular activities, and this aligns to our dedication to building positive and engaging community for our students and our staff. As it was made clear this evening, we talked about every CCS employee, from our school bus drivers, school counselors, classroom teachers, coaches, safety and security personnel, and administrators play a key role in supporting our students to meet graduation requirements. As our students have returned from the pandemic, it has become evident that we must put the systems in place to ensure we're providing the necessary supports for the whole child to prepare them for their future. It is critical that we join together as one community and one team to support every student across the finish line. And with that, that's the introduction I want to provide for the board, and then we can move forward, Board Member Cole, with our dive deeper into the data with our monitor.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam Superintendent, Administration, for this initial presentation, this report that you presented to us. Before we begin, I want to definitely make sure I recover a few things. One, of course, are the rules that we operate under here, the kind of purpose and the framework in which we are working, and the who, what, why, how paradigm, but also just cover some house rules as well. So the first thing we want to ensure in this discussion here, in this dialogue, is that we're covering, does this report clearly show what is being monitored? We also want to ensure, does it clearly show data for the 3 previous reporting periods, or preferably in some sort of clear and identifiable comprehensive format? Does it clearly show the superintendent's evaluation of performance? In closing, does it clearly show supporting documentation of evidence of the superintendent's evaluation? And, you know, to be more succinct, giving a clear idea as to what next steps can possibly be. House rules are the following. I want us to really focus on, and we've done, up until this point, just given this is the 4th report, this is like the 4th opportunity we've taken for this, I think we've done a good job progressively of trying to be reticent about how we ask questions and what questions we ask, but I just want to remind folks that we want to avoid being technical or tactical. In addition to that, this is not a gotcha moment. This is not an opportunity to ding, ping, admonish, so to speak, you know, in a way that is a gotcha. Not here for the opportunity to gotcha on something that we did not identify previously. So those who asked questions, and I thank you for all the questions that were submitted. We had about 14 pages of them. I thank you for the questions that were submitted by my colleagues. But if you asked that question previously and you know you did, We want to make sure that we're trying to reframe or frame a new question in some sort of way that is not asking a question that you've already got a response to. No advising. And I'm saying that to myself as much as I'm saying. I'm saying it as much to myself as I'm saying it to you all. We definitely want to refrain from giving any wise counsel. With that, I will begin by anybody who, why don't we start from this side and move our way over and back and forth. Sorry. Yeah, we're going to get into the who, what, why, and how. But I want to open it up for folks on this side to begin to ask questions, and we'll move it over this way. Each person gets a 2-minute opportunity to ask a question. If we can refrain from a monologue, I think that's also a way in which it helps us not give advice. But if you're trying to frame your question appropriately, we're going to give time and all of that. But if we can refrain as much as possible from a monologue, let's try and be as clear as we can in our question. But let's start with Mr. Brown.
I'll pass.
Awesome. Dr. Pierce.
So just to clarify, are you starting with general questions, or are we starting with?
We're going to start with the who
questions?
first.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Seeing as how I submitted a lot of questions ahead of time, I'm sure my colleagues would like me to pass.
No.
So,
No. No? Did you get your answer?
so I will pass.
And I saw, thank you, because I saw where you asked quite a bit of questions around the who, those inputs. And that's one of the things I did appreciate about this process leading up, is that there were a lot of questions asked around inputs, and also about outcomes of students. But you got quite a number of them answered. Ms. Reyes.
I had similar questions as.
Okay. Madam President.
Well, I feel like we should ask some questions, so, okay, who questions? That's what you told us to ask. So when we are talking more specifically about the theory of action of culture and climate, is that strategy or theory of action designed to actually help a specific who? Or is it a general strategy for all students?
It's a general strategy for all students, but we're applying that to these specific groups.
How do we know who the specific groups are? Have you identified them?
The different cohorts that we're discussing now. You mean
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, you've given us this theory of action for 3 different cohorts, right? And so this is a general district strategy. But we know that there's inequity and there's reasons why certain groups are impacted. So that's my question, right? I'm trying to get down one layer. So you're saying it's a general strategy, and I'm asking maybe, why did we not go one step further and identify further who's to figure out if we need a different strategy for them, equity strategy?
So when we think about our first theory of action, let's just take that one. We think about our first theory of action. We take that one? That
Sure,
one?
yeah,
Right
the
ahead.
culture and
The one.
climate one. Fine.
Culture and climate. So we think about culture and climate. We're thinking about culture and climate in general for every student in every building, right? So we want to make sure that when students go to school every day, they have a warm and welcoming climate in every building. With that SEL, we talk about that SEL, that social emotional learning is addressed, as well as their academic needs are addressed in every single building. So when we talk about partnering with an organization like CASEL, that allows us to not only have a district-wide strategy, because we know that some buildings have building-wide strategies that may not be aligned across the entire district. They are currently addressing something based on their school improvement plans. But now we have moved and said all building school improvement plans will have a strategy around culture and climate, and that we will have a district-wide strategy as well using CASEL, and we will make sure that we are evaluating culture and climate through the Panorama survey data.
I like that answer. Let me try, maybe it wasn't getting at what I was trying to get to. So the students, right? I didn't see any delineation about breaking out students and who are the students that are impacted most by this culture and climate crisis? And maybe it doesn't matter and that's the answer, but why did we not in our strategy pull one step further down in, right? Like we did with some of the other data. I mean, is it students who are homeless? Is it students who are, you know, mental health case type things? Is it students, I mean, there's all sorts of
Ways that we,
ways that, and, you know, I'm just, why did we not pull down into the who to make the, and this is later, this is a how. That's a how.
yeah.
Stop.
Yep, so the key thing here is that I'm trying to distinguish as to whether that question is more of a tactical question than it is,
Well, I'm
you
trying
know,
to
an
understand
actual
her
general
strategy.
who question.
I think she's getting at more of a how question.
Yeah, I'm getting
because-
to the wrong side of
Yes.
things, so I stopped
So,
myself
Yes.
in that moment.
Okay, but do you feel as though the who aspect of what you queried,
Well, she answered it. The who question is all students.
Ms. Beckerly?
What are the root causes that we've identified based on our school teams now? What do we
Still on
know?
the who.
Oh, we're just doing who?
Michael wants
who,
to
what,
do
and when
just
together.
who right now.
I wanna go through the who,
Mike wants to do a little different. It's okay.
right.
All right, Mr. Fold. I don't know if I have any who's then. I think I'm okay.
Okay. Ms. Vera?
Make sure I'm going to ask this correctly. I did also submit a lot of questions, so I just want to thank your team in advance because we did submit a lot of questions in advance. We were trying to be extremely intentional, and I appreciate all of the detailed responses that we got in advance. But this is one that, I was listening to the presentation, it made me think about, you know, I guess who is monitoring, you know, I know we've had staff shortages this year. Do we see who's monitoring chronic absences? Like, how does that affect the teachers being gone?
That was a question asked, was it not?
No, that was not a
No.
question that was asked. It was related to the student absenteeism,
Yeah.
not the staff.
Yeah, not the staff. Thank you for that, thank you.
So I guess that's just, like, who?
Go right ahead.
Right.
Who's monitoring the
Who's
impact of
monitoring
teacher
the impact of teacher absences as it relates to this data and kind of our plan as a whole?
So we do not have a framework that's monitored. We have a lot of anecdotes that we can show that, that it does have an impact, but we do not have a framework in which we're actually capturing the data of the staff absences and the correlation to our students. But we know that that is impact, and I think we addressed in some of the questions that someone asked. We put an example of one of the buildings, in one of the,
West High School.
thank you. So
Good
we put in,
example.
thank you, Dr. Pierce, we highlighted in one of the, in one of your questions where we showcased a high school that has a high number of teacher absences, and we know that that's correlates to student performance. Because when we talk about our students need to see their teachers every day, we know that when teachers are absent and we may not have a consistent substitute, we know the results of what that could do and how damaging that can be to a student, one, coming to school every day because they don't have a connection with a substitute teacher, and two, may not perform because the consistency of the curriculum being implemented with fidelity more than likely wouldn't be there because of a substitute teacher. So yes, we are monitoring it, you know, with our, and not, we do not have a current framework that is monitoring that, that we are reporting that information out. But that example is in your notes and will give you to show you exactly what's happening at that particular school.
Okay, and also, I have a very quick WHO question as well, and then we'll go to Ms. Becker. On my WHO question, is a part of that WHO community of that was surveyed in the Panorama survey, was staff included in that at all?
Oh, yes.
And was there feedback from them, and what was it?
I don't have those notes from the Panorama data with me, but students and staff were also included in that, in capturing those data points, and administrators.
Thank you for that. I appreciate Ms. Vera's question around adult behavior.
Yeah, and I would say that, you know, one of the things we've tried to emphasize, and that is the student attendance, and making sure that our students come every single day and how that matters. But we also did recognize in a couple of questions, and thank you to board members for raising that, that when we don't have staff coming for whatever reason, that there is an impact, and we wanted to be able to highlight in the notes for you where that's happening. And we're working on building a framework of that we can be able to show that by building. And so we have that for the board, for us to have a discussion just like this and monitoring the effects of staff attendance as well as students.
Absolutely, consistency is critical. Ms. Beckerly.
My WHO, that sounds funny saying that, my WHO question. And it's picking up on this, because it seems to me, and maybe the threshold question I have is, does Panorama allow us insight into, you know, these are sort of generalized percentages that you shared with us, you know, across the district, but if I wanted to know, okay, so 37% of our students, 41% of our secondary students reported positive school climate. So that means 59 didn't. Can we, and my understanding is we can, and I just want to double check, can we target like, it's this building, it's this classroom?
Again, tactical.
Can we
It is
customize it
tactical, but,
in the reports?
yeah, no, I'm not asking for you to tell it to me. I'm thinking of ways to inform, and it's not tactical in this sense. You're right, it is, but I'm trying to.
Right, it's tactical.
But you know why, though? I
Tactical.
kind of need the answer to it, because I need to, part of our mission is to decide whether the next steps are tied to the reality on the ground, and I'm trying to figure out if
Right.
we really understand the reality on
Right,
the
so
ground.
a lot of the research talks about that using survey data effectively really gives parents an indication of what's happening in their buildings, because they really talk about, they want our parents to do those surveys, to be really open and honest about what's happening in our school buildings. So if, in our students, to really be clear and honest about what's happening. To your point, then yes, we can utilize those data points to really dig into what's happening in that building, and then allow some customizations to happen in their building and provide additional supports. And that's one of the things that is happening with our regional strategies, and being able to see where do we need more supports in the buildings and why? What is the data telling us? And how can we get a system, a district-wide strategy? Because currently, we have building strategies, but partnering with someone like Castle, for example, for social emotional learning, it allows us to have a district-wide strategy. And we can really take that information and then look at what we're getting from our Panorama data, exactly what is the student's experience in the building, the teacher experience, and the family's perception of those experiences, and be able to see if there's some correlation in those two data points.
But part of the who that I would like to see, not for my own information, but to better understand the alignment or the tailoring of the next steps to actually addressing our who, is a clearer picture of the who within buildings, because it may well be that it makes sense. I mean, I think it does make sense. I think Castle is great. I think, I'm not supposed to do this. I'm just supposed to.
No.
No, all right, I'll stop right now. I'll stop.
What I'm going to do is stop you right there.
You should, you should.
And what I'm going to do is, because I know we're all going to slip into that kind of gap, right? We're all going to
Right,
trip
I
over
should
some
be.
things. I think as we're going through each bucket, and this is why I wanted to do it this way. So we're specifically addressing each bucket, each question bucket. And you can think, so as we're having this conversation, right, you can be identifying what other buckets your question could go to. Your query was more around a how, exactly. How do we extrapolate data in a way that identifies how the who's are impacted and where those opportunities are?
Okay, so
If I were
can
to
try who
generalize
again?
your question.
Can I
But
try my who again?
one last time, and then
All
we're
right.
going to move
My
on to
who,
what?
and this would be for next time. I would like to see the school climate broken down.
Now we're advising.
No, I'm asking, all right, please, next time, please report on who
We're
in the
advising.
building.
We're advising and directing. Remember, that's not the point right now that we're supposed to do. I know it's frustrating.
No, but I think there's something there, I'm just not saying it.
Well, let's
All right, move on.
just think it through.
All right.
All right, let's move on to the what. Let's start with Ms. Vera.
Okay. I guess my question is, what is our monitoring strategy for the sustainability features of the new personnel that was highlighted in our plan of who we're bringing on? So it was noted 6 additional restorative practitioners, 16 additional counselors, et cetera. So what is our monitoring strategy for the fiscal sustainability of that, and then the process of how do we know it's working?
Right, so that's a good question. So currently,
Part of her question.
The bottom half wasn't right? Okay, the
Right.
top, so just
Okay,
the
thank
top
you
one.
for that.
Yeah.
Just
Thank
the
you
top
for that.
one.
Okay.
I said how, and I was like, that was,
Right,
good.
right,
But the top one, I think you got that one.
so the new positions that we highlighted that we're hiring, we want to know how we're going to monitor the effectiveness of those new positions.
Yes.
Did I?
That's still a
That's
how.
the future.
That's
That's
still a
the
how.
That's the future.
Yeah.
She said, what is the strategy?
What is the strat- I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
what
what's
is
the
the
strategy?
strategy,
Thank you.
monitoring
Monitoring
strategy
strategy.
of,
Fiscal.
yeah, monitoring and the fiscal sustainability of the things you've identified that the personnel that we're bringing on.
Right. So currently, we're still working on what that will look like because we are tying these personnels to our board goals and guardrails. And we are tying them to funding. So some will be funded with our ESSER dollars, and those that are funded by ESSER, those positions will be tied to impact studies. And with those impact studies will allow us to determine if those positions will be permanent positions. We anticipate that many of them will, more than likely, because we've identified that with this theory of action, that we need more resources in some of our school buildings, and that these team members are key to making sure that we get the results the culture and climates that all the students deserve in our buildings, and that additional support. So we're still working on what would be those final monitoring strategies. However, those that are tied to ESSER are tied to a monitoring report. And the majority of these, I believe, and I have the team members, are ESSER funded, or some of them are, many of them general funded. I'll follow up on that.
Madam Becker.
What are the root causes that have been identified by our school-based attendance team? When they've reached out in this past year, what are the root causes that they're identifying?
The root causes that our attendance team for our students are not attending?
Yeah, why are they not attending?
Well, one, we're hearing a lot that students went to work. So when pandemic started, our students were not engaged, the families,
No, okay.
you know, students start working. And for many of those students, they just believe, for whatever reason, work is more, they prioritize work. Now, but what they did do for us, Carol, Board Member Beckerly, it allowed our support team to go out and meet with those students and have conversations with students and families and get our students back in school and find, you know, it goes back to flexibility, finding some additional ways that we can be more flexible with our students' schedules.
All right, and any other root causes for why they're not going to work?
That's just one of them that they're not going to work or they're not going to school. One of them that I can highlight right now, I know, is that students are working. Oh, Dr. Blue?
Thank you. A couple of the other things that our teams have discovered in the board questions as well. But one of the things that we identified was the younger students saying that they were having trouble with learning how to use, learning how to learn, if you will, using their technology. So just probably that newness of having to be online and using their Chromebooks more as a learning tool than they maybe were used to it being such young students. For older students, it was taking care of family members, siblings, and that sort of thing, as well as, you know, obviously the work piece. A couple of other things that were identified had to do with mental health concerns around the anxiety of being back in the, you know, in the school setting, and then also their safety. Those were some of the things that they highlighted.
Also like to add, there's lots of trauma. There's been lots of trauma in our communities. And the ways in which our students have been able to cope, manage, respond to that trauma has certainly impacted their ability to re-engage, engage, and return to school. We've talked with students that have had significant amount of grief, loss, some related to COVID, some not related to COVID, and it has been challenging for them to navigate those, the amount of trauma that's in our community, and then, you know, return to school.
Do I get more than one or just one?
I want to make sure we're mindful of time.
Okay.
We got a good response to that very solid question. AJ gave you a thumbs up on that.
Thank God I finally did something right.
All right, let's stay on track. My what question is a part of that 41% population of students, that 4 out of 10 that responded to, you know, an environment that they felt was not conducive for them in culture and climate. What were some of those? You alluded to a few, but what were some other elements, particularly around our high school students? What were some other concerns that were illuminated from that survey?
Well, I don't have the survey in front of me, but the ones that I remember specifically from high school, it goes back to what the colleagues just stated. A lot of it was around safety and the connections. What we learned this year is that our students, we think about the impact that trusted adults have with our kids. And you come in every single day, and you don't have that for a period of time. So some of our students felt that they didn't have a trusted adult any longer. I think the ones that had an advantage, though, those that were connected to some of our extracurricular activities. And those students, I think, felt were still connected in some way because some of those activities were still moving forward. But that was one of the big ones that they didn't feel they had a trusted adult any longer. And I think some of the safety, because you recall that these high school, I think our current ninth graders spent their last year, well, they were in middle school in 6th grade, and in 7th and 8th grade, they didn't really have that true ninth grade transition. Because they were going to school, remember, last year, only 2 days a week in their cohorts. So we saw a lot of information from the survey data around that, safety and trusted adults.
Thank you for that. Moving forward to Madam President, I definitely, again, want to remind folks, Misty did a wonderful job of passing out that technical versus tactical piece. Please take a look at it. Make sure you allow that to be a source of information to guide your questions. Madam President.
What is working? What's working in our schools where we have, maybe had lower graduation rates or, because what's actually working?
Yeah, great question. One of the things, our graduation teams, our senior teams, for example, we see that those teams are working, a team approach. When we think of when students come into high school and they have a team that's providing like wraparound services to them, that approach is working. That's why we really wanted to focus on what we're calling graduation or matriculation coaches. When students enter 9th grade, they should have a team of people who are working with them closely from 9th grade to 12th grade. They're trusted adults, they know our students, they know our families, and they know the goal is to keep our students engaged in school every day. That's working. A lot of the partner organizations that when we think about our city year, our communities and schools, those partner organizations are working. We have Big Brothers and Big Sisters. They have a strategy because they know our kids because they also are working with our kids in a community. And them connecting and making sure they are partnering with our school leaders, our guidance counselors, et cetera. We see that is working specifically in our high school. And that's why we believe we need more of that, more social workers, more school counselors, more coaches to provide that additional support, especially that SEL support. So we believe that is working.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Reyes.
Dr. Dixon, what do we see is a possible gap in staffing in order to hit our?
Thank you. What we've learned this year is that we need more supports. We need smaller class sizes in many of our buildings. When you think about when we were in last year, when our students were going in cohorts, because we had smaller groups, so we were dividing up our classes and they were going Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. We know that smaller groups, smaller class sizes work where needed. And I think that's a gap. I think if we can find a way, and we're working on that, to make smaller class sizes, and that means, especially in our lower grades, we will really see some some differences, especially in our elementary and even our middle school. Those smaller class sizes really work. They provide additional supports for our teacher. In the schools now that we see that there's some team teaching, the team teaching model is working, where we have 2 adults in the classroom in various buildings across the district. That strategy is working well. Also, when you have additional school social workers and school counselors who are helping students and their families find additional supports after school or before school, we need more of that as well. That's a good question.
Doctor, go ahead.
How you answered that, can I please, were you answering that in terms of that was working for social, emotional, climate, and culture, or that's working for graduation rate improvement? How are you answering that?
Well,
or attendance, or what were you answering that and saying that it was working for?
Well, all of it. Well,
All of it,
right.
okay.
So for our younger grades, smaller class sizes and team teaching, right? And then as we get to our higher grades, it goes back to that, I answered that with your question. How do we make sure that we have a network of support around of our students? And that includes we're calling graduation coaches, for example, not for our senior year. We're not giving graduation coaches to our senior year. We're providing those coaches for our 9th grade. And all of that additional support so that students have a network of support for 4 years and not just their last year. They're kind of both and. So what do we need in our from K-12, for K-8, and then once our students in 9th grade, we still have to keep that additional support, if not more.
Dr. Pierce.
I have two really brief, quick, questions. What is happening with our student athletes and those students participating in the Power of One?
Well, those students, I believe, are engaged in some additional opportunities after school, or doing, now, if they're coaches, they have the opportunity, if they are a staff member in Columbus City Schools, they have an opportunity to be engaged in some after-school activities as well. And many of those activities can happen before their athletic opportunities. So for example, if they're involved in softball and softball practice or the game starts at 5 o'clock, between the end of the school day to 5 o'clock, they can be engaged in an activity, a Power On activity that's facilitated by their coach. What specifically is happening in those schools, I'll have to get that information and get that back to you. Some examples of what could be happening in our school buildings.
Now, just because I see where I get a sense that I see where you're going with the question of what kind of kid, right? What's happening with the adult, with our athlete students. But let's stay focused on what the data reflects on. We got to make sure we stay in that space of what we're talking about with regard to the data.
Can I clarify, please?
Yes, please.
So throughout the report, Dr. Dixon, as well as our administrators, have alluded to the fact that students who are engaged in extracurricular activities are attending class more and showing success in the classroom. So that was a very simple question to simply point out what's happening with our athletes, a reiteration of what they are saying is happening. So it wasn't a who, you know,
I'm not classifying it as,
it was
particular
asking a
bucket.
very
What I wanted you
simple
to do is just what
thing.
I wanted you to start off doing what you just did now.
No, because that, again, the question is just simply what is happening with our student athletes. I don't need to lead or to be directive in that question or narrative. I simply ask the question, which is
I
a
got
part
you. I
of this
disagree.
process.
I think it's helpful to make those connections. Otherwise, it becomes unclear from us, but
You started
I
off by
appreciate it.
saying, don't give the narrative.
no, I didn't say don't give a narrative. I said don't give a monologue but I hear what you're saying. Thank you. Eric Brown.
Thank you. And I'm not certain whether this is a who or a what question. I had it originally as who. And it's about the point throughout the reports that failure of students to accumulate enough credits at certain times in their careers results in failure to be on track. So what has been done within the group of off-track students to distinguish among those students and break down who is included in which? For example, who is it's simply a matter of not showing up, attendance? Who is simply not taking enough courses to be able to accumulate the necessary credits? And who is taking the courses but simply not passing?
So, Eric, just for clarity's sake, and I don't mean to interrupt to be rude.
No, I needed the help.
Yeah. You started off well with a what question. And I'm only paraphrasing, but what remediative steps have you taken to identify, the who is in a more deeper level. That question was kind of asked earlier, but I'm willing to, on the what side of it, answer that question. Because now we're backtracking into the who, and we're taking a lot of time in this space. I think it's important, but we're taking a lot of time in this space. How can you answer Board Member Brown's what? In terms of what the district has done, in terms of identifying more deeply the who?
I don't think that's.
Is that what he was at?
it-
Please ask your question again.
What's been done with the set of students who are off track
Thank you.
in distinguishing among those students who's off track because they're always absent, who's off track because they take the courses necessary but aren't passing them, who's off track because they're not even enrolling in enough courses, and who
They got it.
Right, she understands.
Yeah. So first, that's a good question. When we think about the 49% of our students, who are those why are those, not the why, but of those 49% of those students that are off track, we want to know who those 49% of those students are and their backgrounds. I don't have that in front of me. However, I believe, and I probably shouldn't say what I believe, and I'll get the data to show you, that those students will more than likely be the students that, when we look at the need to attain, is that on that report? Those are the students that are not attending and have not reached those credits that they need to be on track. So if you look at, so if we look at page 2, I'm gonna go 2.2 in page, sorry, am I on the right one? On page 2
Of which report?
of, I'm sorry,
2.2.
2.2, 10th grade on track. And if you look on page 2, the number of students that be considered on track, we know that they must meet that criteria. They must have earned 7.5 credits. And of those, that 7.5, 1.5 must be in English and 1.5 must be in mathematics. So our next step, and I'll have that in a subsequent report, is to identify, just kind of dig deeper in that 49% to say who exactly are those students and what those categories are. When we think about the demographics above that, are there students that are in those particular categories?
Thank you. And if I may, the rest of the what question is, once we've identified those, what are we doing in terms of strategy for each group?
Right.
Thank you.
So,
Now, that was identified, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
You'll give deeper, but I thought that was identified in the theories of action, but please clarify.
and that goes back to what are we doing, and that's that we are really pushing, one, student attendance, two, credit recovery, making sure the students that are attending every day, and then once they are there, we're making sure that they're recovering those credits. That's important that we have our students recovering credit either before school or after school, and in some schools, they have credit recovery even during the school day. But it's very important, especially in high school, that you try to get students on track as soon as possible, especially if they're a few credits behind, because if they get more than 1 or 2 years behind, it's really harder for them to really keep coming back to school consistently, and we really want them to get back on track as soon as possible. And then identify any other supports that they need to get on track.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beckerly, very quickly, and then Dr. Pierce.
I'd like to dig a little deeper on Jen's question about what's working. And in some of our schools where the graduation rate is the lowest, what is working there? Because I'm thinking of Lyndon McKinley, I'm thinking of South, I'm thinking of And because you mentioned that partners are working, some of the partner programs. So I'm thinking, you know, is the Harmony Project, do we have data about whether the Harmony Project kids are graduating at a higher rate than their peers, respective peers at South? The ROTC program, I had the privilege of stepping in. Maybe the better question is, what are the graduation rates of those programs within these lower schools? And I mean, that's something you have to get back to us on, but it seems to me that what's working, part of what's working is what are the graduation rates for those programs? Be the one, TAPS, all of, Linda
That
McKinley.
are
There's,
students that are engaged in the extracurricular activities. How
well,
are
those
they?
are, well, yeah, I guess,
Yeah,
they're kind of
I
within
I
curriculum.
guess
too.
if I were to ask your question, if I were to
Yeah,
ask
say
you,
it better.
if I were to ask your question, my question would be, what are the correlations between extracurricular activities and graduation rates? I would ask it that way, without being almost, again, tactical and advising in how you're framing the question.
Or partner programs.
What is the correlation, if at all, to,
But
right? I'm sorry. You asked that earlier?
That was,
What is
that was the
athletic
question.
and extracurricular
Okay.
activity?
Yeah.
Just
We-
FYI.
I got you. What was asked directly was, as she stated, athletics. The question, the question is, Ms. Reyes, the question is, what is the correlation? That's the question. What is the correlation? So if you don't have an answer for that, then we can move on to the why.
Right, so,
can I just add one more clarification? My question was also about focusing on what might already be, what is working in some of our lowest performing schools, as opposed to just more generally curriculum across the district. I'm trying to target on, trying to get a better picture of what's happening, because that's kind of overall what we're trying to do in the schools that have the lowest graduation rate, to gain more insight as to what's really happening on the ground there. And are there partner programs, which you said in general, that are being successful there, and what the rates are?
So do you have a response for that in short, or?
right, well, one, I want to say that we know that students who are part of something, they are more than likely are going to come to school
Sure.
when they're graduating. We know that. If they're a part of an extracurricular activity or sports, they're engaged because they have another adult or something that's checking on them to make sure they're in school. So you're right. So even in programs where we see lower attendance rates, low graduations,
right.
you know, we do see some
Pockets.
of that, right? So I believe one of the things, the strategies, the next steps that we can take away, how do we quantify that? You know, if we're looking at our partners, and we have really worked with our partners to align our partner strategy to our work, to our strategic priorities. But I think another step is, what is the impact of those partnerships towards graduation and student success?
And what I'm asking that is because I want to see, and I think the board should see, not just that answer sort of in a generic sense, which is true. What is happening in those schools that's working? And what are the rates that they're working by? Because I think what we're trying to drive at with getting these monitoring reports is really, the board needs to really understand what's happening on the ground in a way so that if the answer is what's working, if the question is what's working and the answer is partners are working, that's one level of an answer. What I'm asking is, I want to know which partners, which buildings, and what percentages, how much.
So again, that's incredibly, that's drilling down. I think that, quite honestly, to respond to that question, this report has illuminated some ground-level partnerships and areas of execution with these partners. So you spoke to that. Very quickly, Dr. Pierce.
Yes, I'll point us to the theory of action. If we improve attendance, credit attainment will improve. So my what question is focused on that specific theory of action. What else do we need to know, if anything, about how family engagement will impact our success in that area?
So what else do we know about family engagement?
Is
What
that,
else do
is
we
that
need to know?
illuminated in this data?
It is not,
Not-
and it's not illuminated in the responses, the 14-page responses to our questions that we sent ahead of time, and it's not illuminated in this updated report.
So
Okay.
it might be better to, so it's kind of feeding her, so it
Absolutely.
would be more of like, why was family engagement not considered?
I don't know why it was not. I just, as we look at attendance being an important key to credit attainment, we know that parents wake kids up, well, not all, caregiver. We know that there is somebody who is hopefully waking a little person up or a bigger person to get them to school. What is the role of that family, the caregiver, in this theory of action? What else do we need to know?
So one, I would approach it, what we decided to do is focus on the family ambassador and allowing some additional districts personnel to help our families. So if our families needed help in any way, they had a family ambassador in every single school building who they could reach out to for additional supports. We also, through our attendance strategy, we have our attendance people in our building are making sure families understand the importance of getting their kids. If they need some additional help from our partners, those family ambassadors and other school officials are there to help the families, really help the families help the kids. Because what we're finding, what we've found is that a lot of kids are independent. So they are having to rely on themselves or an older sibling to wake them. So we're making to get them ready for school. So we want to make sure that families have additional resources through agencies, et cetera, that they can reach out to provide additional support. So we did not highlight that as one of our theory of actions, but I believe we just assumed it was embedded when we talk about providing those additional supports. But we probably should have made it more clear. We can make it more clear. moving
Okay,
forward.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We all do. I want to move on to our next bucket of questions, and I thank you all for your patience. I thank you all for your passion, but let's move on to why question. Remember, as we're framing these questions, think about what bucket they can possibly go into. That question, in a way, could have gone into the how segment in asking something directly and what it is that you wanted to get out of it. I think that could have been a how question in a certain kind of way. But let's move on to the why questions, beginning with Mr. Brown.
I'll pass on.
All right. Dr. Pierce, why?
Come to me last.
D'accord. Ms. Reyes, that means okay. Ms. Reyes.
So Dr. Dixon, when I was looking at the questions and data, I went back to some of the strategies we've used in the past, the step up, some of these things, other things, and I'm seeing new strategies. So my question would be, why do we not see some of the former strategies being continued? Why am I not hearing about some of the strategies we've used in the past that I thought were successful or that I heard were successful from the district? Why are we not using them as strategies now?
I'm not sure what strategies, but what we're trying to, the past strategies, but what we're trying to do is use strategies that, we're thinking evidence-based strategies that we could monitor and get some data and feedback from, unless there's a specific one that comes to mind.
The step-up strategy came to mind to me where when we had some of our seniors not graduating, we needed to have 40 or 50 seniors actually cross for our graduating number to go up. So you all implemented an all-in strategy where we had staff go and actually visit students at home, talk to each individual student, talk to their parents about, these are the things that you need to do in order for your child to now be on track. That was part of the public engagement committee that worked at, we involved some of the folks in that, led by Mrs. Gillison 2 years ago, prior to COVID.
So again, I think it's important that we watch ourselves against, that we guard ourselves against the advising side of it. I think there's a portion of that question that could be
She asked me
functionally
to
answered.
reiterate, so she asked me what, that's the only reason it sounds like I'm providing. Because it goes back to, sometimes I feel like we reinvent the wheel. It's like, and I think it goes back to some of what's being asked is, what was successful? And even when we look at ELL, something was working. In the last report that you gave us, that the ELL students were doing well, and now our ELL students are not on track. So I didn't hear that you looked at former strategies to re-implement them, improvement, duplicate them, put them to the system. So, so my question is that why? Where are those strategies? Why are those strategies not continued? Why aren't we saying we use this? Yeah, anymore, or did we find they weren't successful, or did we not?
Right. So if I recall that strategy, and I want to make sure I'm sure, we have had strategies that worked with the senior class as we are trying to get more people, engaging seniors to get across the finish line. So when we think about, I'm assuming that may have been one of the strategies, as we get more, this cohort, where we're talking about, are our 9th and 10th and 11th graders. And so what we decided, that we still have a strategy for our seniors that's happening now, and getting, making sure that we're calling our families, getting our seniors and getting them across. What we're trying to do with our 9th and 10th and 11th grade is get more of a strategic approach, and really say to the board and the organization, we need more support in this area. And we need to build capacity for our 9th graders so that we're not adding a lot of staff members at the end when students become juniors. So I'm sorry, juniors or their senior year. So I'm not sure if that step-up strategy
And
was
actually, you
something.
kind of are alluding
Yeah.
to that, because my question would be, is like, because if we had went back to the what, I'd be saying, what are those strategies that we're using as seniors that may need to be utilized earlier, so that we're not, to your point,
Right.
waiting till senior year? So a lot of times we're implementing these strategies at the end because we missed something at the beginning.
And that
maybe
goes
it's a
back-
rhetorical question.
Well, no, it goes back to the question of earlier, that's safety nets, right? When students come to high school, they should come to a community of support, right? That's not how we're currently organized. We have 9th graders that are entering high school at a 9th grade cohort, and we are losing 9th graders and they're not matriculating to 10th grade, right? And they're not matriculating to the 11th grade, and then they become seniors, and then we have all of these people that we're putting our arms around students to get them across the finish line. What we're saying is, let's not design it this way. Let's backwards design. Let's start with all the support as 9th graders. And then that group of support is moving with our students as 10th graders, 11th graders. To me, then you will know, you know, you have a 9th grade cohort of 9th graders, they have all of this wraparound service, then why do we lose 10 kids? What's happening to kids, right? And then this same group of supporting adults now are moving with our students as 10th graders, and we believe that's a better strategy than the way that we're currently have been organized. And not that it was wrong or right, but we were putting in a lot of our resources at the end and instead of the resources at the beginning.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Why, Madam President?
I'm gonna pass. I need to talk offline about this with you guys. I'm really struggling with this whole report right now. I'm really struggling. I don't know why you've picked some of the theories of action when you've identified different root causes. I mean, that's not a question, but that's what I'm struggling with. So that's more of a how maybe, but I can't right. I have to pass. I don't have a why that fits at the moment.
That is a very appropriate question. Yeah, so ask that, ask that question again. I see validity in how you framed your why right now.
Well, then that's my question.
So ask it again, please, so she's clear.
I don't know how I asked it, how I did it. I mean,
Why did you choose?
why did you choose the theories of action you did when it seems as if you've identified different root causes to why the students are not on track?
So when I think about the root causes, the theories of action, I think about the system, how the system should change. Right? And so the system should change in order to focus on all of our students. And we know that the strategies and the root causes may change from high school students to elementary students to middle school students. But the theory of action, our minds, is what is causing, regardless of students or in elementary, middle, high school, what do we need to emphasize on, put our emphasis and resources. And so climate and culture, for example, was one of them.
Yeah, that makes total sense. I don't disagree. I mean, that could be, I don't want to see that on every single one of these reports, though.
Advising.
I mean, that goes to everyone. I know that's why I said I need to talk offline about it.
AJ, did you have, I wanted to open up the floor very quickly for you to offer a comment, if you would. Give us a little guidance.
Yeah, thank you, sir. First, are you able to hear me?
You gotta talk louder. We just lost.
Let me turn this.
Oh, yeah, we're losing you, AJ.
Okay, is that better?
There you
Yes.
go. Okay. So first, just really grateful for the ongoing dialogue. It started a little bit rough, some really great facilitation, Michael, on your part, to just kind of strengthen it, to really catch things, to help redirect, coach folks up. So really appreciate the work that you've been putting in tonight, facilitating. As you're probably noticing, facilitating these conversations is way harder than it looks. Three ideas. One, it has been really, really hard during this session for folks to wrestle in on strategic questions. And so that's why I actually leapt in here, because there have been a few really, really strong strategic questions. Christina got it started, Carol's asked a few. But this one really gets to the heart of the matter of, fundamentally, if we're seeing these things happen, help connect the dots for why our strategies sound different, than what our root cause is saying. Like, that's a really, really great question. My aspiration for you all is that's the type of question where you want to get to in the first 10 minutes of the monitoring conversation, not an hour into it. And so I think that being the case, my first recommendation is I am more than happy to sit down with folks and help think through questions in advance and try to identify behind some of the tactical questions. I think there are some questions of strategic import, and it just takes some massaging. And Michael's done that massaging work, but you all really don't want to spend your time having massage work on questions happen during board meetings. I get the sense that for some of you, that's an uncomfortable and kind of frustrating experience. That is the facilitator's job, and so if it's not cleaned up in advance, then it has to be cleaned up at the dais. The better plan is to clean up in advance. So my first piece of feedback is, once again, if folks want to go through questions in advance and really just kind of chop it up and think through it together, I'm happy to be your ally in that. Second point, the purpose of submitting the technical and tactical questions in advance is so that you can push for the more strategic conversation while you're here together as a body corporate. And so it's entirely appropriate to submit those questions in advance and then to be using those to think through, okay, so now that I've got the background understanding of those, what is the bigger picture, the strategic picture that we're looking for? And so I just encourage you, as you get those answers back, another form of preparation for this is to take the answers that you get to your technical and tactical questions in advance and use those to try to formulate, okay, so now that I understand the background, what's the big picture strategic? And then third thing, the more you all tied your questions directly into data that is actually in the monitoring report, the greater the likelihood it was that you would move into strategic engagement. I'd invite you to go back and watch the video and watch it. It's a pretty clear pattern. And so, my third piece of advising is try to tie your questions back to something that is directly stated in the monitoring report, because doing so tends to lead you in the direction of really inquiring into the administration's strategy rather than going off in other directions. So those are just three quick pieces of feedback. But again, appreciate, just kind of the ongoing work. I love having another board member facilitating this so that you can kind of start to get an understanding of what to look for. I think, Michael, when you are back into the non-facilitator role, you'll be an even stronger strategic inquirer as a result of having to try to manage your colleagues in this conversation. And so I think as other board members, as you get your level of proficiency up, that it'd be a great opportunity for others to try to facilitate these as well. But again, appreciate the ongoing growth and excited to see you all keep moving in this. Use me as an ally however I can be.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Continuing on with the why, Ms. Beckerly. Awesome. Okay, all right, let's move on with the how, Ms. Vera.
So as it relates to the board support identified in all three reports, how do you define and or envision the funding and investment pieces that are outlined in your, kind of like in your summary? Like, how do you define that, and what do you envision that from us?
Thank you. One of the things that we talked about when we started this journey is that making those, that we as a board would have to make some decisions of some of the things that we will not fund in order to have enough funding to support the things that we were prioritizing. And so when we think about additional social emotional staff and graduation coaches, instructional coaches, that will come at a cost of something else. So just really thinking strategically about that and how we have to make some different decisions.
And Dr. Dixon, just to clarify as well, so you are talking specific to like the, budget requests and things of that nature, not anything additional to that, because you have listed here, invest in resources, support in participating. So that's what you're defining as, that's your definition and envision for those action steps for us.
Ms. Beckerly, how?
On page page 3 of the report. The one, two, third, fourth bullet in the action steps. It says, every school was required as part of the school improvement plan to develop a plan to address school climate and chronic absenteeism. Now, is that this school year going forward?
Yes.
So that's not in the past? How are we going to measure what works and what doesn't work? Are we doing it on a school basis? Are we doing, before and after? Are we have it in I'm seeing nods, that's good, because I think that's important, is we have to start capturing what's working, what's not working. Okay. The next question is the inevitable, and I think that you have a ready answer for it, but I think we need to address it, is how or what are we, I'm not supposed to have an opinion, so the question is, how are we going to reconcile this restorative practice program that AJ's taking us down and Guardrail 2.1?
So your first question, let's start with your first question. Get a response to that. Your first question was, you had a first how question.
It got answered because it's prospective. I thought there was data.
All right, now,
So the second how question is, in response to,
you asked about restorative practices, reconciliation.
right, so one of the climate strategies that's here is that working with AJ, our equity and SEL team is preparing to identify a group of pilot high schools to implement a student-led restorative practice program. This seems to either implicate, amplify, somehow it impacts Guardrail 2.1, which says we're going to have 40% of our staff trained by 2026 in restorative practices. So I think there's an answer here, but we just need to think through it, and I want to know how we're thinking through it, or if we're still in the process.
Yes, and actually, that's on the questions that we responded to in advance as well. We've gotten some guidance from AJ on how we could reframe that question to be more appropriate to the training that we're going to do.
2.1. Correct. Okay, so 2BD or stay tuned?
We have suggested language that we have to
Yeah,
discuss.
no,
Yes.
that's, okay, good. I just wanted to make sure we were addressing that.
Yes.
And I think it's coming in our June monitoring session, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. My how question is related to mindset. How do you see these theories of action having true impact on the broader mindset of adults in our schools, particularly amongst those who have not been as consistent, so on and so forth? How do you see your theories in action having an impact on mindset in the district to transform adult behavior?
Right, thank you. So once we show, more clearly demonstrate that, we go back to climate, if we improve school climate, students attend school more regularly, we have a greater academic success, that we are all a part of that climate, of creating that climate. That students don't create that climate. Students walk in and they're a part of that climate. But all of us as adults create that climate. So if that is through our training, through our additional supports that we're providing for our students, the supports that we're providing for our families, the survey data that we're asking our adults to participate in, our panorama data, and being very transparent about what's happening in our schools and the responsibility of all of our adults. Staff attendance, student attendance, making sure our students are graduating on time, make sure that our students are doing their assignments, they're doing their homework, all of those things that we know that students should be doing in school, facilitated by adults, good teaching, adults calling parents, really working with our families. That's part of that mindset, that we want a growth mindset for the entire district, knowing that all of our students should come to school every day prepared to graduate. That portrait ready is something that we prioritize. In order for our students to be portrait ready, they need those experiences in schools. And these theory of actions speak to what should be happening in our schools, what our adults should be doing to create that culture that we want for our students.
Okay, you finally got around to it just a little bit. I look forward to what comes forward and what you guys present in terms of how that's monitored in the
Yep.
future. But I still hear a very student-centric approach
Right.
that says that the onus is on you, and in reality, in a lot of different instances, it is. But I still hear more of a student-centric mindset requirement
Right.
as opposed to an adult-centric
Right, we have, I
mindset.
think that's what we have stated and illuminated when we talk about our portrait, right? Those experiences that we want our students leading the way. That's our whole vision of, and we think about those strategic priorities that we're lifting in order to change the culture in our district. We were very strategic about that, whole child focus, equitable opportunities for all students, strong learning communities in every region, and authentic engagement. Those are things that we're going to ensure that we as adults are prioritizing so that students can have good experiences in school.
How, Madam President?
When we were doing the who, what, why questions, you mentioned a lot of different possible root causes. How do these theories of action, how do you know they're going to work for those root causes for each child that might be experiencing a different root cause?
That's a great question. I think one of that, we have to have the monitoring tools that we will establish to make sure that each child is getting what he or she needs will have to be created by our team.
Thank you.
Ms. Reyes, how?
Trying to formulate. Dr. Dixon, how might the impact of absenteeism show up? What did I say? All right, I asked
Let's-
Dr. Pierce the question 6 times, just trying to help me formulate what I was asking.
So as you think about the substance of what you want to ask,
So the substance of what I wanted to ask was, how can we visualize the impact of absenteeism on how a student is on track? I can see them separate, but I don't know, like if I take ELL students in Table 1 on page 2, Table 1 for interim goal 2.3, like say I say ELL 38.6% is on track. I don't know if that's because they have an absenteeism issue.
So a
I know it goes-
potential reframing
Yeah,
of
it goes
it
back to the.
could
okay.
be, how will the strategy of attendance impact the,
of adult attendance.
no,
No.
we're focused on student attendance. She's specifically
Because I'm really
looking at
focusing-
student demographics. And because the how is future-focused, we don't want to focus on chronic absenteeism. We want to focus on the theory of change strategy, which is improving attendance. So how will improved attendance improve the gaps that we're seeing between our student populations?
Bon travail, good work.
You're welcome, Mike. I'm not in high school. I don't have to do foreign language anymore. But I appreciate it.
I love it, I love it.
So, thank you. So we anticipate that this 63.3% of, I'm sorry, no, that's, yeah. So the percentage of students that are not on track, and we're talking EL, that's the group that?
No, I just
Oh,
gave
just
you
in general,
exactly,
okay,
yeah.
I got you.
Just gave you an example.
Thank you. We're anticipating that students that are coming to school, their attendance will increase because they will be more engaged. We will have additional people that will be monitoring their academic success. Because that goes back to the additional resources that we are asking that we will see in our schools. So that goes back to those graduation coaches that will be in every high school. They will be monitoring our students. So we anticipate an increase.
All right. Dr. Pierce, do you have a how, or did you use
I
that
never
credit?
got the opportunity to ask my why question either. I just want to point that out. But in terms of the how question is, how can, given what we know about Algebra 1 and what we know about what we know about our students excelling with their other credits, social studies, even science, they're making good progress. How can we replicate what we're seeing with those credit areas to the ones that are creating the gaps for our students? And that's the math and the reading.
I'm sorry, here.
Is all research tells us is the gatekeeper to increase opportunities, rigor, and of course, maintaining on-track status. We're excited that next year we are building in math and ELA coaches in middle school, specifically in math, so that we better prepare our students for Algebra 1 in ninth grade. So that's one of those strategies. Another is that instructional coach that every building will receive. That's not just for implementation of the curriculum and the resource with Fidelity, but it's also to help our teachers and support our teachers with that MTSS process so that we're meeting students where they are, providing the on-time support that they need. Those are just two. I appreciate the question. It's exciting things to come for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. How? Mr. Brown.
Thank you. I have two questions. One's a big one, one's a small one. The small one first. Within the reports and in the presentation in particular, it was mentioned that part of the action steps will be making phone calls, texts, mail, but not to students' homes. How do we know that any of those will actually reach the student? That the student will actually engage with the message and do something about it?
That's a great question, and actually, because we've started doing those activities in this last quarter, we're already seeing students come off of the chronic absent list. So we already know just in this short amount of time that it's working because it's already working. So then we'll be able to look over a longer course of time, we'll be able to get kids off of that list sooner, earlier in the year, and be able to keep them off that chronic absenteeism list. So we're already seeing the impact.
Good, happy to hear that. And the other question is, these reports and this approach is good. How do we get wide support for taking these steps, for going through this? It seems as though we need support from lots of people. We need staff and teachers. We need support staff. parents, we need the community to help support these specifically targeted steps that we're planning that we believe will be helpful. How do we get that kind of widespread, getting on board?
Yeah, thank you. There's many steps. One of the ones, I think it goes back to the question that Board Member Vera asked earlier, what can the board do? And that is the board and your conversations, your community conversations about what we're working on, I think is one step. We're consistently and continually, rather, talking with our partners and making it evident with people who want to partner in our district that these are the strategies, these are the theory of actions that we're working with. And that is helping in making sure that they're aligned, their work to the outcomes that we want to see. Also with staff, as we know that in our school improvement plans, we are seeing that the same focus in every building. And so we have a consistent message across the district of what our priorities are. So it's having the same language, the same strategy. Everyone knows we're cascading that information down. We're making sure we have aligned supports. And we're now working on those, making sure we have those monitoring tools, that we, consistent monitoring tools. We're working on a warning system. I think we approved that with Learning Circle. So we want to make sure that all of our buildings have the same tools, and we believe that that is going to help amplify this message, and that we're reporting out our results. I think that's one of the things we have to do more, reporting out our results of what's happening so people can see that this was an important strategy to work on and hear the results that you're getting. Just like Dr. Blue has stated, we've already seen the responses for chronic absenteeism. And I think one of it was just defining to parents what it was, right? What is being, many parents didn't know that that was 18 days, 2 days a month, right? No matter what the reason, right? So it was us just bringing clarity to, did you know if your students miss 18 days, this is what it means, right? Right. So just messaging and having that conversation so people can have the same understanding. And then the other piece is, the school experience must be fun for kids, right? Just, in a sense, it must be rigorous, it must be learning, but kids have to want to come to school. And it has to be a place where students know, I'm coming to a safe environment where learning is happening. And we just have to keep talking about the good things that are happening in our building, those programs, and knowing that we're saying to families that there are supports for our families too in our buildings. So I think that consistent messaging, what our communications team is doing about always amplifying through our social media outlets, the programming, what's happening in our schools, and just keep telling our story and showing the results to them too.
All right. Was there another?
I
Or
just
you
said
good?
thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I think that we have gone quite, well, we've certainly gone over time. We've given this a little over an hour and a half, and I'm happy with that, at least in terms of, giving this dedicated time for folks that really get an idea of, a deep discussion around this report, so we thank you for it. What I want us to do is begin to transition now to our progress monitoring student outcomes. So I want us to take an opportunity to walk through this self-evaluation. It's our opportunity now to reflect. It's our opportunity now to reflect. I will direct you to either your booklets or if you have it printed out, there's a rubric here that shows, for those who came prepared, the progress monitoring student outcomes. And in terms of preparation, I want you to read through each category quickly and give a sense in about 30 seconds. We can take a look at this and identify whether we've been, in terms of preparation, effective ineffective in our monitoring, approaching monitoring effectiveness, or effective in our monitoring, or highly effective in our monitoring. So if we can give 30 seconds to look at this, or would you like more time?
Do you want a response within that 30 seconds, or do you want us to reflect?
Take a look at it first, digest it, and then we can all come to the table with the question of where we feel we are. And
Excellent.
we can just come it out one at a time or all together.
Just owning my own behavior, I'm going to say that I am at approaching. I am not as prepared as I would like to be for this. Bad behavior damns the whole group to not being ineffective.
So even as you give that honest reflection that is integrity-based, and I certainly appreciate it, where's the gap for you?
I need to.
How do you feel like you weren't as prepared as you would if you were effectively or higher minded?
I need to get my questions in.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? Effective, ineffective, what?
Effective, and I had perhaps the same problem or maybe worse that Carol mentioned. I've read the material and understand it, but I did not get questions in advance, partly because I asked questions about something different report in error. But I did think about developing questions. I just didn't get very far along until today and submitted that, but kind of late, so I asked here. But bottom line is that effective is based on right up there.
Okay. Now, I'm going to counter-challenge you, and I want everybody to kind of think about that, too. So if you're saying that, and it is, I promise you, it is not a condemnation. It isn't. But it is me sticking to the idea of what our dogma is in regards to SOFG. So we would say that I would challenge you on saying effective if you did not do that homework assignment of actually submitting questions in your own personal preparation for this discussion. I think that's critical to being effective. Approaching, to me, sounds like more where you were personal.
And that
Because, and
could
more
very well
importantly,
be.
because you decided not to send the questions.
Yeah, it could not, very well be that, but when I saw only in the highly effective the sharing of potential questions prior to the meeting, that's the piece that I was focused on, that I'm not there.
Okay. Anyone else?
I think
Dr. Pierce, where you feel like you are, we are?
The board is approaching effective monitoring.
Okay.
I would agree, close to even effective, as a board, and I think that's the question, as a board, I think we're getting, to be in between.
All right. Prez, you agree?
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the same page as approaching. All right, awesome. Okay, data and opinions. Data and opinions. Take a look at it, read it, digest it, get a sense, honestly, of where we are. All right.
I think we're in the beginning of effective.
Okay. All right. I would agree, too. I think that we started off, as AJ stated, a little rocky, But I think one of the things that kind of helped us was the effort that each of you guys made towards trying not to monologue, to borrow AJ's language, massage the question to the point of, clarity or, whatever. But I think that I put us in this position. I think that we've gotten much better at trying to become effective in speaking directly to the data and addressing the data in our questions in the way that is prescribed. Mr. Brown, you feel the same?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Questions and statements. And by the way, you guys asked some great questions too around the data. I particularly like some of the questions Dr. Pierce asked that where she brought the data into the question and made it clear. So I appreciate that. Same with Madam President. Questions and statements.
It's funny because I think that we did pretty good at not. I don't think we can get pinged necessarily on conversations, largely statements of opinion. But I don't feel like I asked really effective questions either. Right? It's like I'm not sure where I am. I think I got better on not saying opinions, but I don't know that I got into really good questions. But there were others who had really good questions.
Anyone else have any insight, feedback?
I'd say as a board, we're in the beginning of the effective monitoring.
Give an example.
Well, I mean, I think that we're catching ourselves on the opinions. Sometimes that happens. I mean, I did it too. I personally was the kind of what Reverend Beckerly said. I think just because I was struggling a little bit, with it, I didn't feel like my own questions were effective. I mean, what I was asking, and so that was hard with the questions. That's where I kind of land on that.
Nope, I beg to differ. Actually, one of your questions was identified as one of the best in the evening. Anyone else? Anyone else? You feel like we're in the effective space?
I agree that we're getting into the effective space.
Okay. All right.
All right, for the next question, past and future, I was taking time. So let me tell you what our time ended up being. 56 minutes on the past questions and about 20 minutes on the future.
All right. So what do you think that alludes to? Just very quickly, I mean, if we were that focused on the past questions, what do you think?
You made everybody
Actually-
ask a question. I think we were just conversing over here. There was a lot of questions asked before the meeting, so it was difficult to remember, like, what has already been asked, because there was a lot of pages. I mean, and to sit here and go, okay, now I have to come up with another question. I think that's why you heard a lot of passes, because I think we were ready for the how, because a lot of questions and a lot of data had already been provided to us by the administration that going one by one kept us in that other side.
Is that
But I know you had a purpose.
But that math has us at 3/4 is spent on the past and 1/4 spent on the, I mean, we're in highly on, according to that math. Am I doing my math? 20 out of 80 is 1/4.
Well, but I mean, if you actually pull down the timing of each question, I think a lot of it was in that 56 minutes, us pulling ourselves in and out of questions, right? Do you know what I mean? Trying to figure out how to get into the right question bucket, rephrasing. I mean, I think that took up a lot of time. I think it goes back.
It really is just past and future.
I know, but but it's not, I mean, right, it's just a straight time thing, but it's how effective were the actual questions we were asking?
That's in the previous.
Let me
Yeah.
throw this question out. Let me throw this, and I'm willing to get pushback, even from AJ. What do you feel like is the substance of what you got? Do you feel like it impacted your understanding? So again, this whole exercise is really, this monitoring piece is opportunity for us to begin to figure out how we change our own behavior, how we continue to think differently or more effectively, however you want to phrase it. How do we transform our behavior in terms of how we operate on a governance level? So do you feel like this conversation, where it was a little more past focused or not, at least impacted you in the terms of being more informed, understanding the data better? What do you feel as though the impact was?
I still feel there's and I know AJ's probably going to scream, I still feel there's a piece missing. I still feel that there should be, in my own opinion, there should be a meeting where we talk about, like, the reason you're going into, I think I want to see this data this way, I think I want to see this, I think I would have understood it better if it said this, is because I do not feel we've done that part yet. I feel like we have this, we've set the kind of like a general framework, and we've said some percentages, but we haven't sat here, other than you give us the data, we give you some questions back. The reason I was struggling, because I'm sitting here, I was sitting here going, the table, it says this progress, that progress, absenteeism is the theory. I didn't see the relationship with it in a table. So when I'm sitting here going, I want to ask a question, well, I don't see the data I don't see the data, that's why I think that's why you struggled. I don't believe we've had the conversation where this, and we did it with the very first guardrail, right? We did it 3 times, right? We did, you presented, we came back and said, well, we'd rather da-da-da-da, and then you came back and we said it a little bit different, and then by the 3rd time, you got less questions. And I thought we had a conversation where that was going to happen for some of these other reports, and that's why I struggled. So I'm just talking about me personally, I don't know about anybody else, is I feel that we are still not there where everybody feels that we're seeing the data and then the way that makes sense to each one of us in a particular way. And I don't think just asking 8 pages of questions is getting us to the way that we want to see the data. So that's where I feel we're missing.
So I thank you for that insight.
That's
and
not on you.
feedback. What I want to avoid, even in this section of the self-evaluate, our own personal reflections. So thank you for your I statement to that. But even as I hear it, I guess my pushback question to you, is that more of a preparation issue for you?
No.
In terms of this conversation and being
Not
prepared
for
for
me.
this conversation?
For me, I just feel that especially when I hear the questions that are being asked and the difficulty, because, Carol goes to, I would like to see it this way. She goes there because obviously the questions that she asked or were asked in what we wrote back, that still doesn't help her interpret what we're supposed to see. Like I don't know. I don't know if somebody can.
I'm with Ramona in this sense. And this is not, I don't know, this isn't necessarily evaluating, or maybe it is because maybe we're not asking the questions right. I don't know. But if the purpose of this, the overarching purpose of this, and I think that I'm solid on this point, is to have a really clear understanding of what's happening on the ground, and for the board to have that understanding, because the board needs to have that understanding in order to do its job, which is to, assuming we're not on target, is to evaluate whether the next steps are reasonably aligned to getting us on target. That's our only question. They might not be my preferred best steps, but if they are, next steps. But if they are the next steps that are reasonably aligned to getting us on target, then we should be happy with the report and happy with the performance of the superintendent. And I don't feel like I'm walking away with a really clear understanding of what's happening on the ground in terms of what's driving. I don't know, maybe, and I actually need to reflect. I think what Jen said too is I need to reflect on this a bit to gather my thoughts to figure out where the fault lines are. But I think, so I kind of feel like we get decent grades in the last 2 categories, past and future, and progress monitoring. But I think if you look at this language describing the rubric, we're okay. But I'm not sure we accomplished what the monitoring session is supposed to accomplish, and I kind of think that's where I am. I'm ineffective and effective on the last
And I'm not
two.
saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that
Yeah, no,
there's
when you
there's
just
some
think about
tweaks that would probably change our questions if we saw the data in a different way.
So I think just for the sake of what you just said and how we can then prepare for a future monitoring report, I think post this conversation, post this discussion, there's certainly opportunity for you all to provide feedback. I certainly have my own as well, but that's where we have those opportunities for touch point throughout the week with you when we are doing our personal sessions or what have you. So I think that there are ways in which we can think about preparing for the future that we can even share with AJ for additional guidance. But as transition to that progress monitoring piece, you mentioned where you felt like we are. Where does everybody feel like we are in terms of being effective, highly effective, approaching effectiveness? Understanding for me is awareness and knowledge of meaning, nature, and significance. I have a personal definition for what I feel understanding is. It is awareness, knowledge of meaning, nature, significance, words, spirit of words, implications, significance of words, significance of what the communication is. If I'm missing any one of those, I'm not fully understanding. You feel as though, as this piece of conversation mostly focused on understanding performance rather than discussing system operations or programs. I feel like we vacillated quite a bit between the two. But where are you guys with that? I feel like we're more on the, I would probably say somewhat of the approaching effective end. I feel like we're more in approaching than we are in effective. I feel like we're approaching. Anybody there?
Okay with that too. I mean, I think it's a close call.
Okay. With that, I will hand the ball over to Mr. Crable. AJ has a few closing comments that he'd like to provide. And again, I just thank each and every one of you guys for walking through this exercise, showing your graces to me and patience. So I appreciate that as well. I hope I perform to task with you all tonight. So thank you.
Board Member Cole.
AJ?
Yeah, Brother Cole, wonderful job on the facilitation. Again, it is way harder than it looks. And you did a great job of trying to support your colleagues as they were maneuvering through the conversation. In terms of next steps, we are not getting, we're not proceeding and growing as quickly as I think is possible. So there are two things to consider going forward. One, at some point, once the board reaches a place of proficiency, where you are, effective with regularity, the intention is to then migrate to being able to indicate whether or not we accept or not accept the monitoring report, where as a board, we're saying that yes, this monitoring report accurately informs us as to where our students are, whether or not there's growth toward the intended goals, and to what extent is there a appropriate plan in place and a sufficiently aggressive plan in place to get us there. And so we're quickly moving to a point where the board will be at effective enough location where it needs to start making that determination with each monitoring report. Do we accept it or not accept it? I don't think we're quite there yet. I think the board is still in its learning phase, but just know that that is coming. That is the natural consequence, the natural conclusion of monitoring is for the board to then render essentially a formative assessment of your superintendent each month of yes, we accept this monitoring report, or no, we do not. So that's one thing to be mindful of that is coming, but it's still perhaps a few months away. In terms of how to get better faster, there are really two major things that I've seen help board members get much better, much faster. One of those is just a one-on-one session with a coach prior to the board meeting to get to get coaching on questions in advance. So when you come in, you're never trying to think of what is the question to ask. You've already done the preparation, you're ready to go. You have an understanding of what are the areas where you were not clear about the strategy that the superintendent is putting forth and how to ask questions to help you get clear about the strategy. So there were several questions that were asked this evening, for example, that I think moved in that direction, but I did not hear a clear response from your administration. And rather than kind of leaning into that to try to get the clarity that your facial expression suggests you still hadn't quite achieved, you all just moved on. And so some of that just comes from preparation. And so, again, I want to lift that up as one of two key strategies for helping you all get better faster. If you want to make time to have a one-on-one coaching session before a monitoring session, then let me know and we'll find a way to make that happen for you. That's strategy number one to get better faster. Strategy number two to get better faster is active coaching rather than passive coaching. So you all have been receiving passive coaching where rather than describing adjustments in real time, it's been comments after the fact, or I've shared comments with whoever was facilitating and encouraged them to try to provide coaching in real time. We started off with me being much more active in my coaching, but it seemed like we were getting better very quickly, and so then I've moved to a more passive. My recommendation is that we return to active coaching where in real time, in the moment, if the facilitator doesn't catch it, that I speak on it. If you all invite me back to your next monitoring session, that is what you are inviting me back into. So if that's not something you want, just simply don't extend the invitation. But if you do extend the invitation, my recommendation and my posture will shift back to active coaching. There will be real time, in the moment adjustments and tweaks to try to help you craft and hone the inquiries that you're bringing to your administration. So those are the two things I wanted to mention, and we're getting closer and closer to being able to actively render a assessment. Is this acceptable or not acceptable as a monitoring report to the board? Does it help us understand where our students are accurately, where there are gaps and what are plans to ameliorate those gaps? And two, the return to a more active approach to coaching around monitoring to help you get better faster if you all choose to continue inviting me to your sessions. So just wanted to offer those two things for you to be thinking about. Misty passed out a document about technical, tactical, and strategic inquiry. I certainly recommend that you spend some time with that. That'll also help you hone and refine some of your questions. But if there's anything else that I can personally do to support you and just help you be great on behalf of your students, don't hesitate to reach out. As always, thank you for having me.
Hey, AJ, I have a quick question. Sorry, that came out really loud. I keep thinking about replaying the video if you're a coach. Is there any value to us replaying this video and saying, oh, there, that, and, we certainly could do that individually, but can we have some?
I actually suggested that, I think to your facilitator, to Mr. Cole this evening, specifically that it would be, I think, useful to you all to go back through, play the video, but then pause it after each question is asked, and answer for yourself. Was this looking back at the past, trying to understand where we are and how we got here, or was this future facing? And was that more technical in nature, tactical in nature, strategic in nature? And then let it continue playing and see what the answer is. Well, was it, which of those was it? And I think going back and replaying the video of this will help you hone some of your own instincts. And so, yes, that's a lot more homework, and so that's why I didn't mention it, because I know it is a lot to do. But if folks really want to get better faster on behalf of the students you serve, that I think would be a great thing to take some time to do. But if you're going to do it, the way to do that and make it effective is pause the video after every single question is asked and identify the nature of the question for yourself. And that will help strengthen your muscles around being able to identify that in real time.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, AJ. Thank you, Michael.
Yes, thank you.
And let me know who wants to be the next to lead a monitoring session. And, you know, this is a growing, you know, exercise for all of us, right? Like every time we learn, and even though I did my homework, submitted all my questions, sometimes when we sit here at the table, we like hear it or digest it differently when we all are here. And so, you know, we're all learning and growing in this together, and that's exactly what we want to do, because in the end, we are doing this for our kids so we can be stronger. So, thank you all for that. All right, let's move on in our agenda. We're going to go ahead and go into our consent agenda. This evening, our consent agenda consists of items 9.1 to 23.11. Are there any items a board member would wish to remove from the consent agenda for separate vote? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on any items in the consent agenda?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Seeing none, even any items that you would like to discuss in the consent agenda?
Yes. 21.5, our OSHA renewal.
Okay, item 21.5, authorization for membership in the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Dr. Pierce.
In essence, this renewal just jogged my thought process around some of the policies that OSHA is bringing forth. And the coaches have the opportunities, our high schools have the opportunities to vote on those policies. And so as a board, I just wanted to put out there if there are things that we want to consider as a part of our Ohio School Board Association legislative platform related to OSHA. You know, please feel free to share those, or do we want to plan board discussion around some of those pieces of legislation?
Any other discussion points? Okay, any other items to discuss? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Cole?
Yes.
Dr. Pierce?
So I am abstaining from 13.5, 13.6, 22.4, and I want to say I have to abstain from 21.5 as well.
Yes.
So please make sure that the record reflects that.
I've got them all.
Thank you.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
Ms. Vera?
Yes.
President Adair?
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly?
Yes.
That motion carried.
All right, thank you. So we're down into item 24, public comment on non-agenda items. We had 2 individuals sign up. We actually had our virtual here in person. So we have Susan Goulet, you can correct me when you come up, please. Topic, Special Needs Department. Action requested, she would like the board to allocate more money to special needs kids. Good evening.
Good evening.
You have 3 minutes to address the board.
Okay, great. All right, well, I just wanted to thank everybody for this opportunity to be here tonight. Actually, I changed my topic a little bit, so I hope that's okay. But I just wanted to thank, first of all, the incredible support that my daughter got when she came back from Nationwide Children's Hospital in March with a team in Ecole Kenwood. She was there for, I want to say 4 weeks. We did 70 occupational therapy appointments in 4 weeks. And when we came back, we had a very regimented plan, and we've been able to keep that in place during this time. So I just want to do a shout out to some of those people there, the team, the instructional aides, and I want to say Emma Corbin, the principal there. Mainly what I wanted to talk about tonight, though, was the level of instruction in the classroom, what exactly is happening in the classroom, I'm seeing a lot of below grade level assignments and things like that. The instruction that's not as engaging as I'd like it to be. Communication, data was very important to me. I've kind of communicated that at the very beginning of the school year. So I've met many times with, I want to do a shout out actually to Director Sherelle Benton. She's been really great on making me feel like I've been heard and listening to my concerns and everything like that. So I've been able to direct my concerns to the director level, but at the same time, I'm still very dissatisfied with what I'm seeing on the ground in the classroom. I've been not getting the data reports that I was expected to be getting for my child, and I'm very concerned about the level of progress that she's making. She's been making excellent progress at home. It's been fantastic. I have a person that comes in and tutors her every weekend, and then I'm getting her progress reports, and she's getting a 0% on her subtraction. So that's very disheartening for me and for a child who is getting many prompts and a lot of interventions, supposedly. And she, you know, I'm looking at her reports and I'm seeing a 20%, a 0%, a 0%, and she's supposed to be getting 60% accuracy in 4 out of 5 trials. We're looking at from the beginning of the year until now with the same goals that have not been reassessed. Where is she being assessed? Why isn't this being changed? And who is actually monitoring this? Why isn't this being reported? How is this going under the bus after I've had multiple meetings with people, and we're still not at the level that I would like to be seeing for my child? I'm also concerned about the instruction level for the other kids in the classroom. Absolutely, it's not just my child. I actually went in last week and I donated some books. Hooked on, actually it was called Explode the Code, I'm sorry. Because I'm very, involved in the classroom. I was actually able to go in and do a couple of reading assignments back in March because they had literacy week there. And my daughter's a 4th grader. She's illiterate. I want to say at this point she is still illiterate. That's very, very disheartening for a parent. I am coming here for all these students in the 3rd and 4th grade class at E. Cole Kenwood. I want to see them being illiterate. I want to see them doing more engaging work. And I want to see the progress reports having accurate data on them. I mean, the inconsistent data and the accountability. I'm actually, my degree's in business, actually, at Ohio State. So this is,
Your
like
time is actually expired.
my
I let you go a little bit more.
Okay, but-
Thank you for sharing these comments.
Yeah.
The superintendent and team will definitely be getting back with you about these concerns. You are sharing expectations that this board agrees with about what should be happening in our classrooms.
I want to take the time to thank everybody tonight and just say that, we can always move forward. What you guys do here is so vital, it's so important, and I just want to see the system get better. I believe in Columbus City Schools. I've been in New Albany. I have a child who went to school in New Albany. My older son's in Worthington right now. I love the diversity. That's what I like. That's why I'm here for my daughter, who's at E. Cole Kenwood. She's a 4th grader. But I don't want to have to move her out, but I will if I have to. So,
Thank you
and
for
that's what I
being
want.
here.
I want to see things get better and improve. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for advocating on behalf of your student and all the students.
All right, thank you.
All right, board members, the last thing on our agenda is a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Call the roll.
Second, I seconded.
Who made the motion?
Cole.
Eric Brown.
Oh, I thought it was my.
Cole and I both did. It
You
was
said
my
the same time.
motion.
Oh, I heard Cole. Cole Beckerly, is that what you put?
Yes, what I did.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
They'll see to me.